Then, let's watch an opening video that highlights the IMT-GT Visit Years 2023 to 2025. This video will give us a glimpse into the collaborative journey and shared vision of our sub-region in tourism and transport. Please enjoy.
In order to recover tourism and to increase awareness of IMT-GT as a tourism destination. Wonderful Indonesia!
Kami tunggu di Indonesia, terutama di Huta Sialagan. Salam dari kami, Hora!
Kami tunggu di Belitung.
Malaysia, truly Asia! Amazing Thailand! Collaborating together to presenting Visit IMT-GT Year 2023-2025.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Sawadikap. Selamat pagi, Bakcik, Makcik, Puan, dan juga Tuan. Ahoy! Last night we already learned about traditional greetings and I really wish that you reply with the great enthusiasm. Horas! 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 Applause for all of us. Alhamdulillah, praise to Allah, the Lord of the world, who has given us health and opportunity and a big chance so that today we can gather here on today's agenda, IMT-GT Tourism and Transport Dialogue. And we're thrilled to have you here on this wonderful day, filled with insightful discussion, inspiring collaborations, and we're looking forward to a dynamic exchange of ideas and strategies that will pave the way for a more connected and sustainable sub-region. My name is Anggi Maisara, and it is such an honor for me. I'm really glad that to be back here again after last night's show on our welcome dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next agenda, as I mentioned to you that one of our traditional greetings in North Sumatra is pantun, and I've already give you a lesson that if we say pantun, some audiences may reply with cakep. May I? IMT-GT goes to Denmark. One agenda is the road touring. Now we will have the session of remark from our beloved friends who keep inspiring. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite Mr. Amri Bukhairi Bakhtiar to officially commence our dialogue as the Director of the Center for IMT-GT Subregional Cooperation to deliver his remarks. Mr. Bakhtiar, the stage is yours. Applause for Mr. Bakhtiar.
Thank you. Is this on? Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I think we learned a few things about the greetings here, so thank you very much. I think I learned a few things while here in Samosir Island. So, Ibu Yulia, Chair of IMT-GT Working Group on Tourism, Director of Inter-Institutions Relations, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Yong Yi Chin, Head of Delegation of Malaysia, Mr. Bunsem Kunkau, Head of Delegation of Thailand, and we have also joining virtually, all the way from Bangkok, Mr. Prapatpao Awakul, the Chair of the IMT-GT Working Group on Transport Connectivity, Director of International Affairs Division, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Kingdom of Thailand, distinguished speakers, moderators, participants. Good morning, selamat pagi, sawadee-krap. First of all, allow me to welcome all delegates and participants to the IMT-GT Tourism and Transport Dialogue. This is the first time that we are hosting such an event, and we would like to express our appreciation for your participation at this significant event. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our wonderful host, Indonesia, for co-hosting the Transport Dialogue together with us here in the beautiful island of Samosir, North Sumatra. Allow me to highlight the three main objectives of the dialogue. The first is to support the initiatives of the Visit IMT-GT Year 2023-2025 campaign, which we have seen the video just now. Secondly, to initiate cross-sectoral discussion between tourism and transport to improve sub-regional connectivity, hence the theme that we chose for this dialogue. And thirdly, to support the endeavor of the IMT-GT Working Group on Tourism to promote the sub-region as a single tourism destination, especially through the development of sub-regional tourism routes. Allow me to highlight that the dialogue between tourism and transport is crucial, as there are many beautiful and attractive tourism destinations in the sub-region that need to be supported by transport connectivity. This is to attract more tourists to come to the sub-region and help revive the tourism industry of the sub-region. Particularly by strengthening the connectivity, it will allow for more tourists to come and of course to facilitate the development of the tourist destination. For example, we are here in the beautiful island of Samosir, North Sumatra. The beauty of Samosir Island is important, and the development of the new toll road that cut short the travel time from the airport Kuala Namu to Toba from around 5 to 6 hours previously to only 2-3 hours. And I think we were very lucky when we first arrived here that we were allowed to experience the new toll road without, I think it hasn't been open yet to the public, so we are very lucky to experience, and thank you Indonesia for allowing that. So this is a concrete example of how land connectivity play a crucial role to improve accessibility to tourism sites in the sub-region. It's also important at the same time to ensure environmental sustainability in any development of tourism and transport initiatives to ensure the development in the sub-region do not sacrifice our future generation. And I think here in Samosir Island, we've seen that the environmental impact, I think, has been quite minimal because there has not been a lot of development, particularly near the waters, compared to many other tourist destinations that we can see in other parts of the world. So another important outcome that we look to hope to gain from this dialogue is to ensure that we have concrete initiatives that we can explore and of course try to implement coming out of this event. So the events or initiatives that has been highlighted during the dialogue could be followed up by both working groups, the working group on tourism as well as the working group on transport connectivity, through a convergence initiative. This is to ensure integrated and well-coordinated sub-regional initiatives. Finally, I would like to express our sincere thanks again to our hosts and all participants. We wish everyone a fruitful discussion ahead. I'm certainly looking forward to many great insights and ideas during that dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amri Bukhairi Bahtiar, for sharing us your thought here. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join us in welcoming Mrs. Yulia, Director of Inter-Institution Relations at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. Mrs. Yulia will share her thoughts and remarks with us. Mrs. Yulia, give her a warm round of applause.
Still, I have to adjust the mic, just like last night. Dear Mr. Prapatpo Awakul, Director of International Affairs Division, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Kingdom of Thailand, Mr. Bunsen Kungkai, Deputy Director General, Department of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Sport, Kingdom of Thailand, Mr. Khairul Nizam bin Hasim, which represented by Ms. Yong, and Pak Raden Wisnu Sindu Sutrisno, Director of Tourism Marketing for Asia Pacific, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, Pak Riki Setiawanto, Director of Panorama Destination, Ms. Aida Ojeh, President of Association of Tourism Trade Halal Thai ASEAN, Mr. Muhammad Sailauddin Mohammed Shah, Vice Chairman of PATA Malaysia Chapter, Mr. Wacakrakrit Yaimot, I'm sorry that if I pronounce wrong, Chief of International Cooperation Section of Tourism Authority of Thailand, Mr. Sanina Samsuri, Senior Assistant Director of Tourism Malaysia, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and horas to all of you as the welcoming greet from the Batak tribe. I personally would like to welcome you to the wonderful Samosir Island. To all of delegates who come physically, I would like also to congratulate you for making it here because of the long trip have been experiencing, and I believe that it is a good indication that we will have a fruitful discussion, especially about the tourism and transport, where connectivity plays the crucial part of the development of this sector. In the regional context, ASEAN connectivity is already primed them in a lot of discussion, even so that the major economic corridors in the ASEAN region include Greater Mekong, subregion or GMS, the East ASEAN Growth Area BIM-EAGA, and the Indonesia-Malaysia-Thailand Growth Triangle IMT-GT. From here, we can see that IMT-GT plays a crucial part as a cooperation between 3 member states and also a strong building one block of our ASEAN to be able to connect each region. On the tourism side, IMT-GT is becoming one of the destinations in ASEAN where it promotes and it welcomes all travelers to all destinations in the sub-region. However, it is also crucial to note that the sustainability of those routes also becomes an important part to consider. That is why the active involvement from actors of the industry, either travel agent, tour operator, highways, seaport, and airport, to also promote destination in this sub-region is essential, and to be able to discuss here is a golden and growth opportunity to convert not only to GDP of the nation state or profits for industry players, but mainly for the local communities. I believe that is all I need to address, and I hope we can come up with something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yulia, for sharing your thought to all of us here. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have Mr. Prapat Pau Awakul as Director of the International Affairs Division, Office of the Permanent Secretary Ministry of Transport, Kingdom of Thailand, who has joined us virtually. And now we will have him to provide his insight and remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, applause for Mr. Prapat Pau Awakul. Time is yours. Mr. Prapat Pau, can you hear us properly, Mr.? Because we do apologize. We do apologize that we cannot hear you. Now, yes, we can hear your voice. Now, please give your remarks. Time is yours. Thank you.
Sorry about that. May I start again? Mr. Amri Bakri Bakhairi Bakhtia, Director of Center of IMT-GT Sub-Regional Corporation. Ms. Yuria, the Chair of IMT-GT Working Group on Tourism, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Bangkok. First of all, I regret that my responsibilities prevent me from joining you in person on Samosir Island today. A few weeks ago, the IMT-GT Working Group on Transport Connectivity convened in Bangkok. And one of the agenda that we discussed is to support the Visiting IMT-GT Years 2023 to 2025 campaign. Since launching the campaign over a year ago, Transport Connectivity Working Group has played a crucial role in establishing the IMT-GT lanes at several airports and promoting the campaign at entry point and public transport. The remain efforts to coordinate and facilitate to promote the IMT-GT Visiting Year to boost up the travel demand. Ladies and gentlemen, I see three key areas where Transport Connectivity Group can contribute to the campaign. Firstly, enhancing infrastructure, particularly in aviation. We encourage the airways to increase the flight capacity as well as frequency. The government, tourism, and transport industry must work together to create ecosystem that stimulate travel demand. Secondly, I see that promoting a campaign is very important. We can further leverage public transport marketing platform to promote the campaign through the new video content and promotional activities on website and social media as well. It is capture attention, engagement and contribute to the economic benefit within the IMT-GT economic corridor. Thirdly, I see developing infrastructure. Projects like the upgrading of Kota Baru Airport and expansion of Surat Thani International Airport Terminal align with the Visiting IMT-GT Year campaign as well. These developments will enhance trust and reliability for the tourism destinations. So I urge the local government to further improve public transport accessibility and convenience. Ladies and gentlemen, today's agenda covers important topics, and I believe that cross-sectoral coordination between transport connectivity and tourism will not only promote sustainable regional transport, but also ignite travel growth beyond the end of the campaign in 2025. I look forward to the productive discussion ahead and hope to meet with you in person in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prapat Pauakul, for sharing your thought and remarks into today's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up to the session as our main session in today's agenda, we will have the discussions talking about enhancing transport connectivity for subregional tourism growth. And the session will explore government initiative aimed at boosting subregional tourism while promoting sustainable practices in both tourism and transport sectors. And we will discuss regional perspective on tourism integration and sustainability and highlight collaborative efforts to create a sustainable tourism ecosystem and optimize transport networks. And prior inviting to all speakers coming up on stage, I would like to remind to all delegates, as you may see on the screen here, there is a QR code. This is the QR code for accessing the conference booklet and PPT speakers materials, and please kindly to scan the barcode. Without further ado, we'd like to invite the speakers here to come on stage. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Raden Wisnu Sindu Trisno, Director Tourism Marketing for Asia Pacific, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Wisnu is not going to be alone on this stage, and we would have the second speaker. We invite to come on stage as well, Mr. Boon Sern Kan Kiao, Deputy Secretary General at the Department of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Sport, Kingdom of Thailand. Last but not least, we invite Mr. Khairul Nizam bin Hashim, Principal Assistant Secretary for ASEAN, Ministry of Transport, Malaysia, who has joined us virtually. I may say hello first to Mr. Khairul. How are you, Mr.? Can you hear us properly?
Hello, madam. How are you? Can you hear me?
Okay, glad. Okay,
Good.
glad that you are
It's good
here
to be
joining
here.
us virtually, Mr. Khairul.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be the one who moderate this discussion because we have someone who is very special and thoughtful to lead the discussions as the moderator. And please applause for Ms. Shanina Samsuri, Senior Assistant Director at Tourism Malaysia. Good morning, Ms. Shanina. How do you feel today?
Good morning. Good morning. I feel great. And I hope everyone here is also happy today. It's a very good morning.
Really, we are happy to have discussions moderated by you. Are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to start the first session of this discussion. Time is yours.
Thank you, the gorgeous MC for today, Ms. Angie Maisara. All right, a very good morning to all distinguished delegates here today, today morning, to our fellow speakers here today, a very good morning. And also to our speaker online. Unfortunately, he won't be able to be here. Sad to hear that, Mr. Khairul, we wish you are here. And also to our fellow participants online. Right, before we go on to our dialogue for today, we understand that we have a very large responsibility for us today in regards to the dialogue. Let me just explain the format of the dialogue for today morning so that we would understand how the procedure for today. For the first session, we have 3 speakers altogether. I will allow the 3 speakers to present on their presentation. So we have 15 minutes each for your presentation, right? And for the speakers here in Samosir, you will have a timer on the screen to remind you that you have 15 minutes. And for Mr. Khairul, who is online, you have 15 minutes. And maybe 1 minute before it ends, I will have to interrupt you, Mr. Khairul, just to remind you that you have 1 minute left, right? And after the presentation of all the speakers, I will then open the floor for Q&A from our fellow participants here physically, as well as for those who are online. And for those who are online, if you have any burning questions that you would like to ask, please help yourself to type on the chat box, and the organizers here will then read it out to me. Okay, so that's the format for today. So I hope everyone gets that. Right, before we go on to the dialogue and to let you speak for today, maybe we should be reminded of why we are having the dialogue for today. So as we know, this is a dialogue to provide a platform for all the IMT-GT stakeholders, whether it's for the tourism or transport and also the private sectors, to discuss the role of an enhanced sub-regional transport connectivity in promoting sub-regional tourism. And also the dialogue is to address emerging challenges, and also lastly to identify the way forward and more collaborating amongst all the stakeholders. I think between the 2 working groups, as said earlier, we have a similar goal that we need to do as we are now, we are now in Visit Year IMT-GT 2023 until 2025, right? Before that, let us go to our first speaker for today. I was made to understand that Pak Wisnu was very busy, and unfortunately he was feeling unwell yesterday. So I hope, Pak Wisnu, you are now feeling much better and ready for today's dialogue, right? So now the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Sanina. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam sehat, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sawadikap. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to Samosir. Oh, it's already second day or third day. Ibu Sanina, thank you so much, Bu, for the opening. 15 minutes, Bu. Wow, I have 200 slides, but I try to make it in the...
We'll make up for the 200.
in the 10 minutes or maximum 15 minutes. My minister always started by, Pak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno always started by pantun, so I need your kind support by saying, cakep. Across the seas, we come to unite. In IMT-GT, our future we steer. Together we strive our goals in sight. For tourism and transport, we gather here. Yang kami hormati Ibu Yulia, my best friend from the Tourism Ministry, my bestie. Pak Bahtiar from CIMT, and all other speakers also. Mr. Bunsam Kunkau, Deputy Director General, Department of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Sports, Kingdom of Thailand. Very good morning, Pak. And Mr. Hairul Nizam bin Hashim, Principal Assistant Secretary ASEAN, Ministry of Transport, Malaysia. Good morning from Samosir, Pak Hairul, Ibu Shanina, and all distinguished participants, delegates from the IMT-GT Transport Working Group, Tourism Working Group, sorry. Would like to start by three main concerns: sustainable, inclusive, competitive initiatives, collaborative to support the initiative, and lastly, by potentials and challenges on sustainable tourism. Next, this is our international tourism at glance. Next slide, please. International tourist arrival reached 97% of pre-pandemic in the first quarter of 2024, and with Asia Pacific reached rapid recovery by 82% after recovering 65% last year. And contributing factors to include improved air connectivity. Most of the region in Asia Pacific already improved their air connectivity, and strong recovery in Asia market. International passengers traffic in June 2024 marked 12.3% increase year on year. In the Asia Pacific Airlines continue to be the main contributors to the industry growth in June 2024. And we can see on the next slide, this is the new travel paradigm. Our new travel paradigm to include medium and long-term global trends, that to include new healthcare system post-pandemic, accelerated AI, automation and digitization, the implementation of AI and big data, remote working and working from anywhere, and changes in the global value chain that lead to a green recovery. That's created also a shift in consumer trends. There is an evolving demand going local before global, the touchless services in almost part of our world, work and activity with health and safety awareness, and creativity beyond limits. That also leads to a sustainable growth. This is what technology and Indonesia tourism industry. AI technology has been instrumental in Indonesia that lift us from a 32nd stage to 22nd place on the Travel and Tourism Development Index, TTDI 2024 by World Economic Forum. And by leveraging AI, destinations can create more sustainable, customized, and high-quality tourism experience, setting a new standard for the industry. A broader impact of AI on the travel industry to include technological advancement, competitive edge, and sustainability. Indonesia's sustainable tourism measures to include, we have a ministerial decree regarding the guidelines for managing plastic waste. We have a ministerial decree for concerning guidelines for sustainable destinations. We have a Tourism Village Award that been awarded every December. We curated from more than 4,000 tourism village all over Indonesia into 50 tourism village that sustainable and even regenerative tourism implementing. Carbon footprint calculation offsetting campaign. This is apps that we can use it very handy in our mobile. We have a CHSE certification, stands for CHSE, I forgot, it's 2022. 2020, starting from pre-pandemic, just after the opening. This is about the certification for health readiness in every destination and every tourism industry. Waste management, green financing schemes, and zero waste, no plastic campaign. We have sustainable tourism industry and implementation and joint action plans for sustainable tourism. This is what carbon footprint calculator and offsetting. We can use it from our mobile. It's a easy apps. We collaborate with our Indonesian transport, online transport, Gojek, and also new startup, jejak.in. So we can calculate our carbon footprint waste. Let's say we fly from Bangkok to Jakarta and then from Jakarta to Labuan Bajo. We can calculate how many miles we fly and convert it to how many trees that we have to plant. So far, we just using it for the first time with mangrove trees. So we plant mangrove trees in conversion for what miles the carbon footprint that we left. We have 10 super priority destinations for the last 10 years promoting, and out of 10, we have 5 super priority destinations inside that already implementing sustainable tourism. In Mandalika, in Lombok, we have the preservation of marine ecosystem. In Likupang, in North Sulawesi, we have the conservation of coral reef. In Borobudur, in Central Java, we have the tourist management, traffic management, and historical site preservation. Here in Lake Toba, we have lake restoration initiative and also agroecology for local agriculture. And in Labuan Bajo, in East Nusa Tenggara, we have the mangrove planting and environment management communities participation. This is lead to our second concern, collaboration to support the initiative of sustainable tourism. The vision of ASEAN tourism, of course, by 2025, ASEAN will be a quality tourism destination. And so as to contribute significantly to the socio-economic well-being of ASEAN people. This is our, long-term vision. But it's very near, just 2 years after now, or next year, 2025. This is our framework of Indonesia's sustainable tourism development that can be projected to ASEAN. We have what we call it a platform of adaptation, innovation, and collaboration. So we adapt after pandemic. We innovate any things that we could do to recover, and we need to collaborate. And our pillar from the tourism minister, Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the mantra, the pillar is gercep, gerak cepat, move quickly. We have geber, gerak bersama, move collaboratively, and gaspol, we have to create all potential job. This would create our positioning of Indonesia and ASEAN as the epicentrum of quality and sustainable tourism hub in the Asia Pacific. The enabling factors, the key success factors to include these 9 enabling factors, cooperation with SDGs, multiplication, national international auditors, international standard accreditation, sharing best practices, up to stakeholder capacity building number 9. Lastly, potential and challenges of sustainable tourism. This is, on the left side, is our challenges. And on the right side is the opportunities that created, by these challenges. International tourism trend, we see the demand of the sustainable tourism package, the cultural immersion, the wellness tourism. This is what travelers need. This is the trend of international tourism in 2024. Leisure, mixing business with leisure. We call it bleisure traveling, business and leisure. Personalized, customized, smaller in size. Digitization and tourist experience and work from destination. These all challenges creating opportunities on the right side. There is emergence of a new market, a niche market. A sustainable tourism continue to play an important role in customers' choice because it's customized, it's localized. And smart tourism have their stage. Augmented reality, virtual reality, AI, and enhanced booking platform, AI-driven chatbots, blockchain, seamless user experience. This is the opportunities that we can tap. So the challenges and sustainable tourism on the left side and on the right side is also the opportunities. how to address it. Let's say global inflation, we need to support our local business and join our marketing promotion, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. Environmental impact of a tourism and climate change, we need to have a visitor attraction management in every destination. We develop the ecotourism and conservation. In health and safety issues, we're implementing robust health, waste management. In changing consumer experience, we promote innovation and tourism offerings to stay competitive. And infrastructure and connectivity, we need more investment in infrastructure, technology and sustainable practices, and regulation and policy gap. We establish a regional framework that we need to initiate for sustainable tourism that includes shared guidelines and cooperative enforcement mechanism. This is the last part. This is where we are, Indonesia. Actually, I'll tell you a secret, Ibu Shanina, and this is the right time. This is high time for us to meet here and to discuss, because it's not only you guys coming here and we show you our best destination, one of our best super priority destination, but actually we envy to you, Pak, to Thailand, and we envy to Malaysia also, our colleague from Malaysia, because we step from 32nd to 22nd TTDI place, but still the international tourism coming to Thailand and to Malaysia more than to Indonesia. I also ashamed to say that more Indonesian coming to Thailand than Thailand to coming to Indonesia, and more Indonesian coming to Malaysia instead of Malaysia coming to. So we need to learn from you. And one of the main enabling factor is connectivity. This is what we have, connectivity with Malaysia. We have 23 routes as of now. Air connectivity, we have ferry from Johor Bahru to Batam. And we have a cross-border across Kalimantan Island, West Borneo, Sarawak, up to. And from Thailand, we have 6 routes as of now, from Bangkok to Cengkareng. DMK, it's Phuket, Pak. DMK, what is DMK? Don Muang, Don Muang to Jakarta, Don Muang to Denpasar, Bangkok to Denpasar, Don Muang to here, to Medan, DMK Medan, and Bangkok to Surabaya. This is what we have as of now, and we need to increase, because connectivity to Indonesia is only 80%, Pak, compared to pre-pandemic. So we need the help of you guys from Thailand and from Malaysia to increase the air connectivity so we can recover at least to the stage of the pre-pandemic 2019. We bid that you can opening all the air connectivity that already existing back in 2019, or adding a new routes, or increase the frequency of the existing routes. This is what we need. So our connectivity would be smooth. And ferry from Batam to Johor Bahru also facing a new challenges right now. We are working on it. Soon, next month, we're gonna have a new initiative on what we call it a new travel deals of Indonesia and Malaysia to increase the connectivity of Johor Bahru Ferry Batam. And we have many Indonesian festivities across border of Indonesia and Malaysia. We have a Indonesian festival, and we need to have a Malaysian festival on the Malaysian side. So Indonesian can come to Malaysian side, and Malaysian side also can come to Indonesia. This is what we need. So to create ASEAN as a single tourist destination, we start by twin destination. This is our proposal. Start by twin destination of Indonesia and Malaysia. Start by twin destination of Indonesia and Thailand. And start by twin destination between Malaysia and Thailand. So we need to increase the air connectivity between our super priority destination. Soon, Phuket will fly to, there is a flight from Phuket to Bali, Pak. And also, very soon, we are working on it, on the final stage, to make connectivity from Bangkok to Yogyakarta also. We do hope by next month or October. And from Malaysia also, the first international flight coming to Labuan Bajo is from Kuala Lumpur this September, thanks to Malaysia. And we do hope that also Langkawi to Bali, Langkawi to Labuan Bajo, let's say. All super priority destinations should be connected. So we can bring international tourists coming to Malaysia and to Thailand to Indonesia tourism destination, and vice versa. All Australian, New Zealand, all international tourists coming to Indonesia, we are going to bring to Malaysia and to Thailand. This is what we call twin destination, that paving the way to make ASEAN as a single tourist destination. Thank you, Ibu. And last, before, I'm already, how many?
He has already passed his time, but I am being kind today. Let's just give him another few minutes.
30 seconds. Last pantun, Ibu. As days turn to night, our work is done. Our bonds are strong, our vision is clear. IMT-GT, our journey's just begun. For brighter days, we persevere. Thank you so much. Looking forward for the question and answer, Ibu Sanina.
Thank you, Pak Wisnu. I will get that pantun soon. I'm not very good at doing that, but I'll get that soon to you. I will, kalau orang Malaysia cakap, balas, right? Okay, we'll get that. Thank you for your sharing, Pak Wisnu. It was very interesting. I think Indonesia has done a lot as well. Nothing to envy with Thailand and Malaysia. That's why we are here today, so that we can learn from each other, so that we know who's doing best and we can just copy, right? So I think with that, probably now we should listen to Mr. Bunsern, so that he could share what Thailand has been doing then. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's okay. Good morning, all participants from IMT-GT member countries. On behalf of the Department of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Thailand, it is my great pleasure and honor to be here with you and share what Thailand has been doing about tourism and transport connectivity in IMT-GT region. Next. Today I will talk in 4 topics within 15 minutes. My topics are shown on the screen. The government's tourism policy, the government views of southern Thailand, and transportation and tourism connectivity plan in southern part of Thailand. And the last topic is challenges and suggestions for development of IMT-GT region. The first one, Thai government policy, Thailand Prime Minister, Mr. Sethar Thavisin, has declared the policy, what we call Ignite Thailand. The concept of this policy is to boost or transform Thailand to be the hub of region. There are 8 hubs: tourism hub, wellness and medical, agriculture and food, aviation, logistics, future mobility, digital economy, and financial hub. Tourism sector is one of them. And the vision of tourism hub is that Thailand must become tourism hub and a travel destination for tourists around the world. In terms of tourism hub, the Prime Minister of Thailand, Mr. Sethar Thavisin, stated that the government will promote income generation from tourist industry. So his key policy in tourism open up the doors for tourists, waiving visa fee for tourists from target countries, to be the host of mega event, for example, international exhibitions and festival, develop airports and increase the number of flights, strengthen tourism safety and security, and also stimulating tourism in secondary cities. This year, 2024, we set the revenue target from the tourism at 3.5 trillion baht, or around 100,000 million US dollar. We expect 36.7 million international tourist arrivals this year, and we expect more in the next year. However, we focus more on tourist spending per head and the length of stay rather than the number of tourists. From the Prime Minister policy, the agencies concerned in tourism sector have implemented the policy in many aspects. For example, Ministry of Transport and private sector have increased the number of flights. As you can see on the screen, the number of flights has increased by more than 100% from the previous year. The data is as of July this year. In addition, Thailand has expanded its visa exemption scheme, allowing visitors from 93 countries to stay for tourism purpose without visa for the first 60 days of their stay. And also, the visa can be extended by up to another 30 days. Thailand, we have 77 provinces. 22 of them in the dark blue on the screen, are the primary city that receive a lot of tourists and a lot of revenue from tourism. So the government tried to develop the capability of the last 55 provinces, or what we call secondary cities, as a new tourist destination to disseminate tourism income to local people. Next topic, I would like to talk about the government's view of the southern part of Thailand, which is the area of IMT-GT region. The southern Thailand, in the circle, has 14 provinces. It is the main tourism destination, which contribute more than 1/3 of revenue from tourism of the nation. That's why the government sees the importance of this area. And the Prime Minister himself came down to the south for many times recently. His development plan of this area is aiming to develop this area to be halal hub and Muslim-friendly tourism hub, as well as boost trade and investment. Furthermore, our three deep south provinces, including Pattani, Yala, and Narathiwat, are also the key target areas of future development. Next topic is what time?
You have another 8 minutes.
Okay. Next topic is transport and tourism connectivity plan in the southern part of Thailand of the IMT-GT area, starting from land connectivity, which will connect transportation with neighboring countries. The first project is Rantau Panchang Sungai Kolok Bridge. Currently, the Ministry of Transport of Thailand is proposing EIA report to the expert committee. We expect that the construction will begin next year, 2025. The second project is the construction of road alignment link CIQ Sadao checkpoint to Bukit Kayu Hitam. Yeah. CIQ means custom immigration quarantine. Yeah. This project is under construction and expect to be completed by next year, 2025. And the third project is Hat Yai Sadao Motorway to build 62 kilometers expressway linking Hat Yai downtown to the border checkpoint. This project is under studying PPP or public-private partnership investment. For the rail transportation projects, we have the second phase of double track railway project. The first route, southern double track rail, Surathani to Hat Yai. I think it's maybe the green line, the green color. It is 321 kilometers long. The feasibility study has been completed and will be submitted to the cabinet for approval this year. The second route, railway track Hat Yai to Padang Besar, the blue color, is about 45 kilometers long. The feasibility study has been completed and we will submit to the cabinet approval by this year. This project aims to improve rail transport with IMT-GT region. The railway will significantly enhance regional connectivity. And we have 3 ongoing projects for the air connectivity. First one, Phuket International Airport Development, Phase 2. The project aims to increase the number of passengers and tourists visiting southern Thailand. We are conducting the feasibility study. The study is expected to be completed in next year, 2025. And the second project, new passenger terminal of Narathiwat Airport. The project will increase the capacity of the airport to accommodate more than 1.7 million passengers per year. It is expected to be finished next year, 2025. And the third, Surathani International Airport Development. The project aims to enhance the infrastructure and potential of the airport, supporting tourism and passenger in the southern region. The terminal expansion has been completed this year, June this year. For the sea transportation project, we are conducting the study for cruise port construction along Andaman coast, beginning from the Ranong province, Chumphon, Trang, Satun, Krabi, Phang, and Phuket province. The project is in the process of feasibility study. The second development of cruise terminal development at Samosir Island, Surathani province. The feasibility study has been completed and we will submit for the cabinet approval accordingly. Both projects aim to enhance tourism industry among IMT-GT region and also expand cruise network that will stimulate regional economy. Thailand has also another ongoing project, what we call cruise tourism route development in IMT-GT project that can attract maritime tourism. This project run by my department, Department of Tourism. The project will explore the readiness, possibility, and infrastructure for cruise in IMT-GT region. The project aims to develop cruise tourism route to support IMT-GT as a single destination. The survey and the study will be finished in March next year. The last one for transportation and tourism connectivity plan, we have another project related to the road connectivity. Thailand has published self-drive tourism and ASEAN Connect guideline This project aims to link and promote the tourism and culture between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, and the southern part of Thailand by car. This skyline has developed two tourism routes, namely gastronomy route, gastronomy tourism route, and Muslim-friendly tourism route. The guideline provides important information such as program tour, tourism attractions along the route, as well as regulations and emergency call. So now come to, I have only 1 minute. Yeah. So now come to the last part of my presentation, challenges and suggestions for the development of IMT-GT region. For the first challenge, in my point of view, I think that IMT-GT doesn't have budget or funding to support the development of each member country. Any development or projects according to the plan must be done by member countries themselves, which the budget may not be allocated or support for implementation, or it may be delayed. For example, suppose one country has built a road to connect the border area, but another country has not finished building the road. In this case, the connectivity will not happen or will be delayed. The second challenge is about the laws and regulation. For example, using budget of one country to develop in another country areas may be difficult in terms of law and regulation. The second, immigration procedures, such as convenience in the crossing border, length of stay, and visa policy may be different in each country. So what we can do? In my suggestion, I have two suggestions. First one, all member countries must develop according to the plan. It doesn't matter if the development is delayed beyond the plan. Eventually, if we try to do as the plan, the project must be completed in the future. And the second suggestion, IMT-GT should find budget or funding from various sources of funds to support the implementation of projects in order to close the gap. Yeah, okay. That's my recommendation. I finished my presentation and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Bun Sen Ka. It was very interesting listening to Thailand. I think we have seen a lot of initiative done by Thailand, interesting enough. And I'm sure the suggestion given by Thailand is agreed by all the three countries. But nonetheless, like what Mr. Bunsen has said, what we start, we must finish. Therefore, budget or no budget, work must go on, right? Right, we've heard from Indonesia, we've heard from Thailand. Maybe now let's go all the way to Malaysia and let's hear what our counterparts from Malaysia, Mr. Khairul Nizam, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm waiting for the presentation to be put up by CIMT. So anyway, before I will begin that as a support pillar to IMT-GT, to IMT-GT economic effort. So I think transport will always be here to assist either economic activities, either tourism or halal and such, in achieving our mutual economic growth. So if may I request CIMT to put up my presentation, please.
Can we get this? Yeah, all right, the slide's on.
Okay, thank you. So please Please let me begin my briefing to this dialogue with some thanks to Mr. Amri Bhatia, the Director of CIMT, Mr. Prapak Pau Awako, the Standing Chair of Working Group in Transport Connectivity, and also Ibu Yulia, the current Chair of Working Group on Transport, for giving me the opportunity to share with this dialogue on the Malaysian perspective of transport connectivity. So I'm sorry I am unable to speak on behalf of the whole working group because I'm not the current chair. So I will do my best to share this perspective of Malaysia, because Malaysia, as you know, is in the middle of IMT-GT region. So we are the center point for all the connectivity between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. So may I go to the next slide, please? As shown in this rough map, at this moment, Malaysia undertakes 6 priority connectivity projects. You can see the 5 blue tag there. So I would like to list down the first 5 projects, which is the second Rantau Panjang Sungai Golok Bridge Link, which will supplement the existing bridge. And the second one is the construction of road alignment linking ICQS Bukit Kayu Hitam in Kedah with CIQ Sadao in Songkhla province. The third one is the new rail project, the East Coast Rail Link, which will be connecting East Coast of Peninsular Malaysia with Klang Valley. And we have an upgrading work at the Kota Baru Airport in Kelantan. And the fifth one is the Malacca Dumai Roro Ferry Service. There is one other project, which is Perlis Inland Port, which focuses on providing logistics service for northern region of Malaysia, as well as southern Thai. However, since noting the focus of today's dialogue, I will only focus on the 5 projects listed earlier. Please note also that Malaysia is currently hosts 3 cruise terminals in Langkawi, Penang, and Port Klang, and I will also brief further to this dialogue later on. Okay, may I go to the next slide, please? Okay, I will go to the first one, which is a second bridge link at Rantau Panjang. Please to note that under this project, Malaysia and Thailand will construct additional bridge to improve the service level of existing bridge linking both towns. Once completed, the users will enjoy dual-lane carriageway on each direction, which will in turn reduce traffic congestion at the border crossing point. For your information, a significant milestone has been achieved last month, where Malaysia and Thailand have finalized the construction agreements towards signing it during the 7th Malaysia-Thailand Annual Leaders Consultation scheduled in September this year. And subsequently, we expect the construction to begin in April next year with target completion on March 2027. Can we go to the design concept, please? Yeah, this is the design concept. You can see on the far is the existing railway bridge, which I'm sorry to say is currently not active. And in the middle is the existing bridge, and we have at the front is the new bridge. Okay, this is the perspective from Sungai Golok. There will be a separate walkway for pedestrian, which will enhance pedestrian safety, and the walkway will also be covered to enhance comfort and shield users from the weather. As much as possible, the bridge will use renewable energy, specifically from solar energy. At the same time, the existing bridge will also be enhanced with the same comfort level as the new bridge. Moving on to the road alignment linking ICQS, Bukit Kayu Hitam, and CIQ Sadao. Next slide, please. Okay. Basically, this new road will replace the existing route connecting Bukit Kayu Hitam with Danok, and the new road will reduce congestion at the small town, which, while at the same time provide better border control facilities offered in the new Sadao CIQ facilities. With regard to this project, I'm pleased to share that Malaysia has commenced work in June this year, and we expect that the road alignment on the Malaysia side will be completed by September next year. Meanwhile, as mentioned earlier, Thailand expect to start construction in October and expected completion in June 2025. Okay, and moving on to the next slide, please. The third project is the new rail network linking Kelantan, Terengganu, and Pahang with Klang Valley and Port Klang. This 655 kilometer long rail alignment will feature 160 kilometer per hour design speed, and the operational speed for passenger service is 140 kilometer per hour, while for cargo service, the operational speed will be 90 kilometer per hour. Once operational in 2027, passenger will enjoy smooth journey, avoiding road congestion, especially during festivals and holidays. A journey between Kuala Lumpur and Kota Baru that may take up to 18 hours during festivals may be shortened to only around 5 hours. ECRL also offers possible connectivity with future high-speed rail network that Thailand is planning to build in the future. Can we see the map, please? Okay, you see here the map of the route. Starting basically the route will go through the coastal area of Kelantan and Terengganu, and some of this location in the coast area is a popular tourist attraction such as Kuala Terengganu, Cerating, Dungun, and Kuantan, which are very good beach. From Kuantan, the alignment will run through. Can we go down, please? Okay, from Kelantan, the alignment will run through rainforest area in Pahang, and then it will punch through the Genting area to emerge at Gombak. However, for tourists looking into having some good time in Genting, there will be a station in Bentong that will then carry you to Genting area. And in Gombak, Selangor, passenger can transfer to another rail service to arrive in Kuala Lumpur. As for cargo service, it will continue its journey through Serenda in Selangor towards Port Klang, which is the 12th busiest port in the world, which is also home to Port Klang Cruise Terminal. The next one will be on the upgrading of Kota Baru Airport. Malaysia also in the process of upgrading Kota Baru Airport in Kelantan to increase its capacity to 4 million passengers per annum, compared to existing capacity of 1.5 million passengers per annum. I'm pleased to share that phase 1 of the upgrading work was completed in April this year, and it subsequently provide passengers with new airport facility beginning from 1st May 2024. We are now undertaking phase 2 of upgrading work, comprising of second half of passenger terminal, as well as other facilities, including multi-story car parks and also a VVIP building. I'm pleased to share that our Prime Minister has also agreed to extend the length of Kota Baru Airport runway by another 400 meters, which brings the total length of the runway to 2.8 kilometers. This extension will allow this airport to be upgraded to international airport because currently it is a domestic airport. And once upgraded, Malaysia would like to invite airline operator and tour operator to operate international air service between Kota Baru and various destinations in IMT-GT area, either on a scheduled flight basis or maybe on a chartered flight basis. Okay, may I share a few photos? Okay. Please allow me to share some photo of the upgraded facilities. Top left and right is the new passenger terminal, and at the left is a VVIP room. The middle is the new sky bridge, while the bottom right is a passenger waiting area. Moving on to the last project is the Melaka Dumai Roro roll-on-roll-off ferry service, which is now the planning stage. We are also awaiting EIA approval to commence land reclamation work for Roro Jetty site. We expect the approval should be received by end of this year, subject to DOE, Department of Environment of Malaysia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, in support of IMT-GT subregional tourism, as mentioned earlier, Malaysia hosts Malaysia have 3 cruise terminals located in Langkawi, Penang, and Port Klang. All these terminals are fully operational and are currently hosting arrivals from various operators, cruise operators such as Royal Caribbean, TUI Cruises, Celebrity Cruise, Princess Cruise, and also Viking Ocean. And with the formation of a 6th IMT-GT economic corridor, 3 states in Malaysia has been included in the IMT-GT area, namely Johor, Pahang, and Terengganu. Each of these 3 states have their own airport, namely Senai International Airport in Johor, Kuantan Airport in Pahang, and Kuala Terengganu Airport in Terengganu. Malaysia is also in the process of constructing new airport to replace Kuantan Airport. The site of new airport will be close to the beach of Cherating. Therefore, Malaysia hopes that these 3 airports can be utilized as additional gateway for tourism in IMT-GT area. And Kuala Terengganu Airport is also currently a domestic airport. However, it has good flight frequency with Malaysia Airlines operating 2 return flights and AirAsia operating 4 return flights daily. Moving on to subregional connectivity facilitation, Malaysia is pleased to update that we have amended all relevant laws to cater cross-border vehicle movement. In this relation, 3 laws have been amended last year, namely Road Transport Act, Land Public Transport Act, and also Commercial Vehicle Licensing Board Act. This amendment provides the competent authority with the power to issue cross-border vehicle permits, paving the way for Malaysia to ratify and operationalize ASEAN Transport Facilitation Agreement. The first ASEAN Transport, can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, the first ASEAN Transport Agreement is the ASEAN Framework Agreement on the Facilitation of Goods in Transit, which Malaysia has ratified in March 1999. And with the amendment of the relevant laws mentioned in the previous slide, we are able to operationalize the agreement beginning from 1st January this year. And the Land Public Transport Agency is currently accepting application of ASEAN Good Vehicle Cross-Border Permit from transport operators. The second agreement, the ASEAN Framework Agreement on the Facilitation of Interstate Transport, is scheduled to be ratified by end of this year. And we are currently engaging industry players and various stakeholders on the operationalization of the agreement. Moving on to the third agreement. Next slide, please. Okay. The last agreement is the ASEAN Framework Agreement on the Facilitation of Cross-Border Transport of Passenger, which I believe is the interest of the tourism industry. We expect to ratify this agreement by the first quarter of 2025. Thus, once ratified, transport operator and tourism operator can apply for cross-border permit for seamless movement of vehicle transporting tourists between Malaysia and Thailand, and also Malaysia with Indonesia. In summary, Malaysia has addressed a major hurdle in facilitation of cross-border permit by amending the laws, and the remaining process is to formulate necessary regulation and SOP to operationalize all these agreements. We expect no major issues in the operationalization since we can use the experience from the operationalization of ASEAN Framework Agreement on the Facilitation of Goods in Transit as a reference in the implementation of ASEAN Framework Agreement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have some time, but I have reached my end of my briefing. I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and I welcome any question that you may have for me. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Cairo. Yes, he has actually 1 more minute, so let's give him a round of applause as he managed to have this during his time. So as you can hear just now from the 3 presentations that we have heard from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand, that we have seen that the initiative from the 3 countries are there. All from the working group transport as well as from the working group tourism. Each has its own projects, each has its own initiative, and all these initiatives are currently ongoing. So the collaboration between the 2 working groups is there. Do you have to agree with that, Mr. Bunseram?
May I repeat your question
Do
again?
do you agree that the working group for tourism as well as transport is now actually, we are doing a lot of collaboration. So there's not really a gap, but probably not enough initiative, or what do you think?
I think for the two working group, there are many progress of the two working group. As you can see in my presentation and Malaysia presentation, I think that there are many linkage transportation come from the two working group. I admire with the hard working of the committee of this working group. Yeah.
Yes, I think both of the working group is doing their very best to ensure that all the projects proposed is progressing and progressing according to the plans that we have, right? But Wisnu, let me ask you, you have stated just now some sustainability initiative by Indonesia. For example, the apps that you have developed. I will definitely download that later because I do want to know what's my carbon footprint from Samosir back to Medan, as it is a very long trip. So let's see how much is the carbon footprint. Besides that, maybe you can share with us as well from Indonesia, what are the sustainable initiative in regards to tourism and transport, because we know that tourism is actually the largest contributor to carbon footprint. So we want to reduce that, I think by 2050, if I'm not mistaken, under ASEAN. So for Indonesia, what's your initiative for sustainability?
Thank you, Sanina. Actually, we keep trying and fostering this zero carbon footprint in every destination in Indonesia. This is actually what we are going to promote as of now. At least we started by these 5 super priority destinations. Let's say in Lombok Island, if you can check from Google, we have 3 small islands, the Gili Gili Island, just near Lombok, that this is a zero carbon island. So there are no motorcycle, there are no cars, only bicycle, walking on, or people traveling by horse. So this is kind of a experience, a unique experience that we are going to offer to every traveler that come to this island. This one of the initiatives. And the other initiative also, we try to engage, to blend the international traveler coming to this destination, to super priority destination, to 10 priority destination, all beyond Bali, beyond Bali destination. I mean, it's a new 10 Bali, new 5 Bali, so to speak. So we try to provide them with a unique experience, blending with the locals. Planting paddies, planting trees, mangrove, bathing the elephant, bathing with the buffalo, and staying with the homestay, local homestay, try their long houses, stay in their long houses. So this is not, this is a really truly unique experience that also people can blend with local and try we try to make it actually more than sustainable. Even we try to make it regenerative. We try to make these destinations are even better after the traveler coming to that destination. Not only preserving what they have before the traveler come, even leave the destination better than after the traveler coming. So asking them to planting a tree, waste management, and all these kind of things that involving the travelers and make them feel conserving and preserving the environment as well.
Right. I think it's very important, as I think, like what Pak Wisnu has already said earlier in his presentation, that the consumer has changed its habit, the consumer has changed its trends. So as you can see, after the post-COVID, the consumers now are very concerned about sustainability, very concerned about conserving and preserving. So therefore, with what you are doing for Indonesia is very good, and like the word regenerative, which is something also, it's also a new word nowadays. Sustainable is a new word, but it's a very common trendy word now, and now is the another new word, which is regenerative. So we not only want to sustain the place, but we want to ensure that it regenerates. I have to get used to that word, regenerate, okay? Mr. Khairul Nizam, I hope you're still online. Maybe one question for you, Encik Khairul.
Sure, I'm here.
For Malaysia, we have seen that you have proposed various projects under your working group. How are these projects, in regards to sustainable as well, how are these projects relating to sustainable? Are you using recycle items, or how? What is it like for working group transport?
Thank you, Madam. So, as basically all this project is not a proposal, it's already ongoing. What we are doing in terms of sustainability, I would like to just pick one project in particular, which is construction of the East Coast Rail Link, which we know basically compared to aviation, rail is much less contributor of carbon footprint. If I'm not mistaken, there is one study by Maersk Shipping that rail contribute about 3% only of carbon footprint compared to aviation. I'm not sure the exact number, but no less than 15%. So in this relation, one of the reason we are building the rail network is to shift the transport modality from road-based into rail-based. And for your information, the East Coast Rail Link will be fully electrified. So the power generation will be from various source of power, especially in Malaysia. We are using hydroelectric. Okay, and also we are moving into building, energizing using solar power and also other means of renewable energies. As I shared earlier in Sungai Golok Rantau Panjang Bridge, the lighting will also be using solar power whenever possible, and of course the building material itself will be as much as possible sustainably sourced, meaning it will be sourced from local area, and which will reduce the transport requirement to bring the material to the site. I think does it answer your question?
Yes, definitely that answers the question, and I hope everyone here, you were lagging a bit at the middle just now, but it's okay, we heard your answer just now. Thank you so much, Mr. Khairul. Just to check online, there's no questions. If those who are viewing us online, if you do have any questions, please do write it down on the chat box and the organizer will come and read it for me. But as I was made to understand, there's no questions online. How about the audience here in Samosir? Do you have any questions for the speakers here as well as the speaker back in Malaysia? Maybe just one last question before we proceed to coffee break. For Mr. Khairul's information, it's raining here in Samosir. It has been raining since I arrived, but nonetheless, the view here has been beautiful.
It's clear in Malaysia.
Oh, it's also raining in Malaysia.
No, it's clear in Malaysia.
Oh, it's clear in Malaysia. Okay. Still we envy the sunshine in Malaysia, but it's raining here. But nonetheless, we hope later on in the afternoon it will be sun shining, because we are made to understand that all the delegates are to go for a technical tour. So hopefully it doesn't rain so we can see the beauty of Samosir. Audience on the floor, do you have any questions? Maybe just one question. Yes, Bu. Maybe you can state your name and where you're from and your question. Silakan.
Thank you. My name is Etinai Baho, Head of Culture and Tourism Samosir. welcome to Samosir. My question I sent to Mr. Wisnu. One is my question, one is my suggestion. My suggestion, how about if in 2025 there is a direct flight from Europe to Kuala Namu. Now, since before COVID, there were so many tourists here. I mean, in 1996, until 1996, many tourists or travelers from Europe, but now less and less. And the second one, maybe we have to, just now we talk about the connectivity. Last night also, some of the travelers, the delegation complained about 4 hours is too long from Kuala Namu to Samosir and Lake Toba. How about if we how about if the flight from Kuala Namu to Sibisa, maybe we can use like Susi Air, yeah, with 12 seats, will be easier for some travelers. That's my suggestion, because 2 months ago, some of hotels owner already met with PT Angkasa Pura, yeah, the management, and they discuss about it. Maybe Minister of Tourism has to push PT Angkasa Pura to make it real, yeah. We do it in next time. And my question is, the last question is, just now we focus on 3 sector, yeah, sustainable tourism in Lake Toba. I want to know, we really want to know what is the real action we have done for Lake Toba, for Lake Restoration Initiative, agroecology for local agriculture, promotion of the usage of renewable energy. Maybe Samosir government maybe missed some information about what the real action we have done for Lake Toba as a destination priority. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Pak Wisnu. Can I answer to that?
Thank you, Ibu. Thank you, Shanina. Ibu Teti from Toba Samosir Tourism Board. Thank you so much for the suggestion and the question also. It's a very tough question actually. First for the suggestion, true Bu, we try our best because connectivity, especially air connectivity, is one of our main challenges and our main homeworks. That's still, we're trying our best to make it recover, fully recover, like the state that we have on pre-pandemic, 2019. As of now, we just have 80% recovery from the air connectivity. Before that, we have 25 million seats from international flight from all over the world to Indonesia. Now we have only like 20 million seats to Indonesia. We still try our best to make it return back to the pre-pandemic level of 25 million, or at least exceeding the pre-pandemic, 27, 25. And our target is also less than 2019. In 2019, we have 16 million international tourists coming to Indonesia. Now, this year, we set the target only 14 million as our progress of the recovery. And as being the archipelagic countries, Indonesia have a lot of challenges, and air connectivity is one of the main enablers, main factors that opening the destination. So the Susi Air and to Sibisa, we try to speak with our colleague from the Ministry of Transport, because in Indonesia, you know, we have other authority that also take care of not only the tourism ministry, but we have our colleague from the transport ministry, we have our colleague from the immigration department, from custom, that's this ICQ. The one that we just reopened, international airport, is in Labuan Bajo. We opened it actually starting last year, but only this year, next month, the international flight coming to Labuan Bajo, hopefully first from Malaysia, from Kuala Lumpur. Lake Toba also we try our best. KNO, we sad to hear that Qatar Airways is, freeze now their flight to KNO Airport, to Medan Airport, for some reasons. That also making other airline also that would like to fly to Medan also hold the back before they can understand what happened. So this is our main homework together with the Samosir and North Sumatra Tourism Board. And for the initiative for the sustainable and regenerative tourism, I'll try to check the existing, the exact project. As of now, we noted that we have a lake restoration initiative, these three, and we have agroecology for local agriculture, and we have a promotion of the usage of renewable energy. Renewable energy, of course, we try everything, almost everything, from solar panel, from reducing the waste hydropower and all these things. But the list of the exact project, I will tell you after this, Bu. I'll check with the ministry related with this, with the environmental ministry that related with this project, that carried this project, because we submitted, we received the project from their desk also. I will tell you after this, Bu. Thank you so much. I hope this could answer your question.
Right. Okay, we have another question from Director of CIMT. One last question for today before we proceed to, can we get the mic over to Mr. Amri? Just one last question before we proceed to coffee break.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists and also to moderator. Sorry to take some time before your tea, but I think thank you Kun Bunsem for highlighting what is important, which is funding, right? I think one of the things that we acknowledge is that under the IMT-GT framework there is a lack of funding. Maybe in that sense, this is a question to all three panelists. In your experience, have you had, previously in the work that you do previously, or in your experience that involves third-party funding, meaning that is, a particular project which did not come from your country, and what particular area was it in tourism that you explored in, or you participated in that particular project which was funded by a third party? Thank you very much.
All right, the question goes out to the three panel speakers, but let's go to Mr. Bunser. Maybe you can answer to that, the funding, right? Budget, just like what you said just now.
I think that's a good choice for the third-party funding. But another way, if we contribute, our member country contribute more, I think that now each country pay only some amount of money, but can we pay more to raise the fund and support the project under our blueprint? Okay, thank you.
Pak Wisnu?
Actually, it's a good suggestion, and of course we have to source it from our own country. Individual member countries of ASEAN. But otherwise, we have to open also for other third-party funding. I think for the future, because for either for international donor, or I don't know whether we can discuss the possibilities of asking for the ASEAN-China funding also, or ASEAN-Korea funding, because I remember in the in last 5-10 years back, there are Mekong River. In the Indochina, in the CLMV side, China is funding the Mekong River. For up to China, from Thailand until Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar. So they're interested actually to funding this kind of things. Don't know whether it's possible for us to check these possibilities also to make IMT-GT become a ASEAN
So
tourist
there
destination.
is an external fund around. Indonesia has done it before, Thailand has done it before. So there is the possibility of, kalau in Malaysia for Mr. Khairul, any external funds that you have used for your projects?
Okay, thank you. We used to receive fund from JICA and also from ROK, but unfortunately now we have been considered as have graduated from the developing country. Although we are not a fully developed country yet, but we have been considered as graduated from the grouping of developing countries. As such, we are no longer receiving grants from our partners. However, we do receive some form of assistance for technical, for capacity building, such as for the maritime sector, and also for the road transport sector, road safety and such. Due to the no longer availability of the external fund, we are either focusing on our federal fund, state fund, the government fund, or we are tapping into private sector fund in terms of sukuk or bond issuance for development. So in this relation, normally the bond will be taken up by our domestic employee provident funds and also pension fund, with some, I think, some good return for them, because if I'm not mistaken, our employee provident funds is limited to the investment on overseas ventures to up to 10% only. So the remaining 90% of the fund must be invested in-house, in country. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much. I think that has answered your question, Mr. Amri. So I think with that, we've ended our session, the first session for today. As the objective of the first session was to delve on the various government initiatives aimed at promoting the sub-regional tourism integration and embracing the sustainable practices. So we have heard from all the three countries, the initiative by the governments as well as the sustainable efforts done by the three governments. So I wish then to thank you to our speakers online, Mr. Khairul Nizam, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Sedih tak dapat datang, tapi tak apa, it's okay. Thank you so much to Pak Wisnu and also Kum Gunsam. Thank you so much for your time. I think before I head on to passing it back to the MC, let me try this pantun and see, okay? I don't know whether this is going to work. Let's just try. Welcome, dear guests, to this grand scene. In Samosir's embrace where nature's serene. IMT-GT gathers with spirits so high. For tourism and transport, together we fly. Thank you so much. With that, I end the first session for today. And now let me hand it over to the beautiful, gorgeous MC, Miss Anggi. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time applause for all the speakers and moderator, and please return to your seat. And also thank you very much for the speakers who has joined us virtually. Thank you, Mr. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you need to recharge your energy before we continue to the next session of discussion. So we will have a coffee break where every one of you here may enjoy the snacks and coffee as served in the foyer on my left and also on your right. Please enjoy the meals and enjoy the coffee time for maximum 10 minutes because we have a very tight schedule prior to continue the next session. Thank you very much.
this road for an hour, trying to get away. I could go to Rome or De Janeiro, but it all looks the same. Miles and miles, I travel the world. I've never found someone like you. I can't explain it, you're inside my head. Wherever I go, I see you. Wherever I go, wherever I go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will be starting shortly. Please take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. Thank you.
Every time we touch, turn to fire. But we both love the pain. Turning up the radio is tonic, but I only hear your name. Miles and miles, I've traveled the world. I've never found someone like you. I can't explain it, you're inside my head. Wherever I go, I see you. Wherever I go, wherever I go. Is it good? No, I can't walk on water, and I can't read your mind, but I won't be without you, knowing I tried. And we don't live forever, built to fail by design. If you give me back this moment, I'll show you what it's like. All I need, all I need, all I need is one last dance, one last dance. Into the sun, into the sun. All I need, all I need, all I need is one last chance, one last chance. Into the sun. You lift me open, you lift me open. Into the sun. You lift me open, you lift me open. Into the sun, into the sun, into the sunset, set, set. No, I can't write our story, and I can't turn back time, but I know when you're with me, everything's alright. No, my hands don't heal scars, and I won't fix your heart. Can we make our way back home and find the love we lost? All I need, all I need, all I need is one last dance, one last dance. Into the sun, into the sun. All I need, all I need, all I need is one last chance, one last chance. Into the sun. You lift me open, you lift me into the sun, into the sunset, set, set. Don't walk away, no, this love won't ever die. Don't be afraid, I can see beneath the lies. Now times have changed, oh, but we can make it right. Don't walk away, I won't ever say goodbye. You left me open, you left me open, you left me open, you left me open.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time I would like to give you the information that the event will be starting shortly. Please take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. Thank you.
Into the sunset.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Are we still here? Hi, everyone. I don't still hear the voices. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to rebuild the energy here since all of you have had enjoyed the meals. Horas! 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 So I'll give you one more pantun since this is the next session, yeah? I need your checkup, of course. We are invited to our friend's birthday. Don't forget to say congratulations. Today is such a beautiful day. Now we can continue to the next session. Without further ado, we'd like to continue to the next session. It is about unlocking business opportunities through sustainable transport and tourism, integration in the subregion. Before I call and invite all the speakers, I would like to remind to all of you here that on the screen you may see the QR code. This is the QR code that you can access and scan to get the PPT materials from the speaker. And today we are going to talk about unlocking business opportunities through sustainable transport and tourism integration in the subregion. The session will delve into collaborative efforts required from the private sector to enhance the integration of tourism and transport. We will examine for sure the challenges faced by the private sector, such as balancing profitability with environmental stewardship, and discuss strategies to address these challenges. And thus, I would like to invite to come on stage with me here. First of all, our speaker, the Honorable Mr. Ricky Setiawanto, Director at Panorama Destination, who has joined us virtually.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear us? Yes.
Good morning.
Can
Good morning.
you hear us properly?
Good morning. Yes.
Good
yes.
morning,
I can hear you.
Mr.
Please. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you
Yes.
hear me
Yes. We
clearly?
can hear you. We
Good.
can
Thank
hear
you
you
very
clearly.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
And the second of all, we would like to invite come on stage Ms. Aida Uchi, President Association of Tourism Trade Halal Thai Asian. Please come on stage. Next, we would like to join us Mr. Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Shah, Vice Chairman of the Pacific Asia Travel Association, Malaysia Chapter. Please join us here. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Wacharakrit Yamot, Chief of International Cooperation Section at the Tourism Authority of Thailand. Same with the previous one in the first session, these discussions will be moderated by our moderator, which I believe already prepared one pantun, I think, at the for the closing remarks. And please welcome Ms. Shanina Samsuri, Senior Assistant Director at Tourism Malaysia.
Thank
So
you.
you're ready for this session?
I'm ready for this session. I will take you up on the pantun. I'll definitely have another one for you. Don't worry.
Got the challenges. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Right, again, now we'll start on with the second session for today. I hope those who were joining us via online is still with us via online. We just have this one last session to go before we end for today, as I shall wrap up and give some of the key takeaways for today. So for this session, the second session, I would like to thank you so much to our speakers here with me, as well as to Pak Ricky, who is currently secara virtual, unfortunately, but nonetheless, we are happy to have you with us today. So we have a lot of presentation similar to the first session. I will let all the four speakers to present on your presentation. You have 15 minutes per session, and you have a timer on the screen to remind you, or I shall remind you. For Pak Ricky, I shall remind you when your time is almost up. And after that, we will follow up with our Q&A session, whether from the ones virtually or the ones here present today. So I think without further ado, I think we have a lot to cover on for the second session. We want to know, we have heard what has the government initiative given us. Now let's us hear from the private sector. What can they give us to us now? So with that, the screen is yours, Pak Riki. Persilakan.
Good morning, good afternoon. Horas, Samosir. Thank you very much for inviting me on this special occasion, special discussion in related to the transportation dialogue. Thank you to Mr. Amri Buhairi Bahtiar, Director of Center of IMT-GT Subregional Cooperation, and also Ibu Julia. Selamat siang, Bu Julia. And also I saw Pak Wisnu. Selamat siang, Pak Wisnu. And Mr. Prapatpau Awakul, Director of International Affairs Division, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Transport, Kingdom of Thailand. Good afternoon. So thank you for your time. Thank you to inviting me on this very interesting agenda. And before we discuss what we can do, what our company, Panorama Destination, do to interconnecting or to have ASEAN, especially Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia, to be one of a single destination for our tourists that we handle, and our program that we do. Let me give you about our company first. It's Panorama Destination. We have a tagline, bringing smile across Asia, since we have office in Indonesia as the headquarters, and we have also office in Malaysia based in Kuala Lumpur and Thailand in Bangkok. So the company established since 1972, which is operate all through the country of Indonesia in the beginning. And we have an office, one in Medan. We have office in Yogyakarta, office in Bali, and also Labuan Bajo in Flores Island. So those is one of what we call the 5 super priority destination, which is a tagline of our tourism ministry, our Indonesia Tourism Ministry. Since 2006, we have a company become a public listed company in Indonesia. So this is the company timeline starting 1972. We are committed, or we are focusing on what we call as the round trip program. So in 2008, Panorama become a public listing company, and we open our company, or we call as a Go Regional in 2016 by opening office in Thailand in 2017, 2018 in Malaysia. This is actually, we have a commitment to sell the destination, not only Indonesia, but ASEAN as a destination. Next, please. Our product. We have all product catering packages around Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, which is combined group tours, individuals, adventures, beach holidays, tailor-made, cruising, etc. So the product that we do, as you might notice, that Panorama Destination is the inbound tour operator. So our job is to create the product, to make a trend, to promote the destination, as well as to serve or to operate the tour itself. That's what we do in Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Next, please. We have in Indonesia itself, we have we have a good vehicle which is supporting our business or our services with a coach, medium bus, minivan, and car, which is this all transportation we allocated in our branch office in Medan, in Jakarta as a headquarters, in Yogyakarta, Bali, as well as in Labuan Bajo or in Flores. Next, please. So as after the pandemic, as you might notice that we have the pandemic hit our industry is quite harm. So what I mean is 2 years in 2020 and 2021, since there is what we call it the policy, people cannot move from one place to other place. Well, we can say that we are at that time we were sleeping, or we have to recover, or we have to set up all the structured organization, and as we have to be prepared that behaviors of the tourists whenever the borders or whenever people can traveling will have a different behavior before pandemic. So safe travel is our tagline, which is we identified all the suppliers or all the partners that we have, either transport, hotels, restaurant, tour guide, tourism object to make sure that they are in a good condition, in a well prepared after or after the pandemic. Next, please. So as a commitment of sustainability, I believe Pak Wisnu, Mr. Wisnu has informed about our commitment of Indonesia about the sustainability. We, since 2018, become a part of a travel life, which is our commitment into planet, people, and profit, of course, to achieve a sustainability through the responsibility action. In 2023, in October, we declare what we call it Green Initiative. This is a initiative that we are, or the Panorama as a group company, we are committed to sustainable, and the commitment itself by October 2023, we apply what we call it as a carbon calculator together with Karmakal, which is it's a part of a Travel Life program that we calculating all the product or the program that we do, details with Truth Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia. Next, please. So before pandemic, Panorama destination handling more than 125,000 tourists. I might say that 80% tourists coming from Europe, as they like to have a kind like a round trip program, and good connectivity. It's the key, or it's a part to be a success on this program. So, but after pandemic, or in 2022, when Indonesia opened the border or allow tourists to visit or to enter Indonesia with some new regulation or policy, so we slowly, what we call it, handling, or we slowly coming to with the tourists part by part, which is until, based on our statistic in 2023, we already handling about 85,000 tourists. That's only Indonesia. And in 2024 until today, we already handling almost 65,000. So we believe, in line with our government, that by end of this year, it's almost 90% the tourists will be back as normal. Thank you to our government also, and also to fellow airlines that they give more schedule, especially to the island of Bali, which is the main or the popular destination. And when the other side, as an inbound tour operator, we love to promote not only one single destination, Bali, but also different part of Indonesia, such like Toba, Borobudur in Central Java, and also Komodo in Flores, and Lombok, of course, the neighbors of Bali, and the other part. Well, in this special occasion or this dialogue, I like to give you a kind like a program or sample program that in one of our super priority destination, that is Lake Toba, which is we create 5 and 4 nights product to the island or exploring the area. Well, and again, there is a highlight. So people asking why we have to go to Sumatra or not Sumatra, because there are two, what we call it, specific, or the a kind like highlight that you might find in Indonesia or even in the world, such like the native of orangutan in Sumatra, and also the Lake Toba, or the biggest lake in we live in the Southeast Asia with the island in the middle of the Lake Samosir. So based on our data in 2023, we already have about 1,000, 450 tourists visiting Lake Toba. And this year, until today, we have almost 1,025. This is between July and August, or during the high season only, or during the holiday season for European. So it's showing that the number is always increasing, means that destination is still reliable or still interesting to visit. Now, how's the connectivity? Well, we try to create ASEAN as one single destination, as a single destination or as a destination. So we combine between Singapore, arriving in Singapore, and then going to Malaysia. From Malaysia and from Kuala Lumpur, the tourists can fly to Medan and then exploring North Sumatra and back to Singapore again, and then fly back home. So what we did in the future is a connectivity between North Sumatra and Malaysia or Langkawi and Thailand, which is in the area of Santun. There is an island called Koh Lipe, there is a what they call it, a ferry regularly between October to May from Langkawi direct, which is about 1 hour to Koh Lipe. However, another challenge is we have no connectivity from Medan to Langkawi. So most of our clients or our agent partner, overseas agent partner, asking about how to enjoy after the adventures in North Sumatra, enjoying the Lake Toba, beautiful of the volcano surrounding, and also the rainforest, as well as the orangutan reserve in Bukit Lawang. So they need to go to somewhere which is the beach, which is a quiet place, like a beach stay as the extension. So we advise to have Langkawi as one of our, which is not far actually from Medan, but the challenge is the flight. So we need to fly over Kuala Lumpur and then to Langkawi. This is the case. Again, I apologize that I can't present physically on this seminar or this dialogue and Samosir Island. I love to go there, and it's one of my favorite destination. However, we are currently in the high season here in Indonesia, July, August, and after this at 3 o'clock, I have a meeting, also Zoom meeting with the In Journey, Indonesia, and also the Borobudur Temple, in related to have a direct flight or connectivity from Bangkok direct to Yogyakarta, which is a very interesting connection also with, and currently the Thai Airlines will incorporate with Pelita Air, one of our local carrier, to accommodate this project. So most probably by September, it's already done. I mean, we can starting to promote Yogyakarta with Thai Airlines Transit Jakarta, and then connect with Pelita Air direct to Yogyakarta. So the idea is actually to have ASEAN or these three this destination as not as a single but a multi destination. For Bali itself, we did it quite successful, especially with combination Singapore, Malaysia, and Bali, and also with Medan. We have, for example, next week on the 22nd of August, we have a group from Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and then to Medan. But again, another challenge is the cost. The cost of the airfare should be considered. So that is a short presentation, I believe. We will have an open discussion. If you have any question, feel free. And again, thank you very much to the moderator, Selina, and hope this short presentation give an idea what is best to do, what we can do around the region. Thank you very much, and again, have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ricky. You actually have you're almost done. You got another 1 minute left, but it's okay. Please do stay online. Yes, we do have questions for you later on. We have seen the packages offered by your travel agency, and I'm sure you would like to tell us more and more, but since we only have 15 minutes time, I do now like to invite the second speaker for today, which is Puan Aida. Before I met her, today I just met her, maybe just a quick sharing. I just met her today, a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago, I just met her. I just realized that I am her, we could be cousins. She's from the Thailand side, I'm from the Malaysia side, because it seems that we come from almost the same town. As we were talking to each other, it seems that Encik Salahuddin is also somewhat near our village. So somehow we are interconnected as well. And we will continue on our connection with Thailand on the other side as well. That's how close Malaysia-Thailand is, and we would like to continue with Malaysia, Thailand, and also Pak Ricky in Indonesia. So with Puan Aida, I was made to understand that she will be presenting her presentation in both Malay and Thai. So saya faham cakap Melayu, tapi cakap Thai saya tak boleh faham. So saya perlu, probably Mr. Om would have to translate to me if she says in Thai. Okay, over to you, Puan Aida. Silakan.
Please slide. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Horas. Sawadika. Yes, Horas ya, di sini. Okay, so I am nama Aida Ucik, Presiden Halal Tourism Association Thai ASEAN ya. So saya selalu untuk fokus tourism in Thailand, the whole focus tourism in Thailand. So sekarang saya fokus tourism and ASEAN and plus ya. Okay, zaman dulu Thailand tak ada orang yang masuk, jadi Indonesia, Malaysia yang orang biasa ya, yang masuk tak biasa kerana mereka masuk untuk perkara pelancongan yang haram ya zaman dulu. So 28 tahun saya akan tukar diri saya untuk buat Muslim friendly dengan halal tourism dalam negara Thailand. So kita promotion dan bagi mereka faham daripada Indonesia, Malaysia, all country Muslim the world, kata kita ada Muslim dalam negara Thailand dan Muslim banyak pun dalam selatan Thailand, lebih kurang 50%, 14 wilayah provinsi di dalam selatan Thailand ya. So ada lagi pun di Bangkok dan di Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai pun masih ada Islam. So kita fokus untuk halal tourism dalam negara Thailand by private ya. Sekarang masih government, kerajaan Thailand sudah mau datang support untuk Muslim friendly route ya. Okay, so start. Saya hari ini nak datangจะบอกว่าเมื่อกี้บอกว่าสมัย28 ปีที่ผ่านมาเราไม่มีเส้นทางของมุสลิมเฟรนลี่แล้วก็เวลาทำทัวร์ค่อนข้างที่จะยากเพราะว่านักท่องเที่ยวที่เข้ามาเป็นนอนมุสลิมหรือเป็นมุสลิมที่มาเพื่อบริการในทางที่ไม่ดีหลังจากนั้นตัววีเอดาเองก็เริ่มต้นจากการขายทัวร์แพ็กเกจมุสลิมเฟรนลี่ด้วยการเขียนโปรแกรมไปให้คนขับรถไปให้หัวหน้าทัวร์ที่เป็นเอเจนซี่เป็นไชนีสและเป็นอินเดียแล้วก็เริ่มมาตั้งแต่นั้นจนถึงวันนี้28 ปีแล้วที่คร่ำวอร์ดอยู่เส้นทางมุสลิมเฟรนลี่ในประเทศไทยก็ได้รับผลสำเร็จนะคะโอเคstart yang slide yang kelima ya untuk land masuk daripada Indonesia start ya yang 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 okey yang keempat next sebab masa. Okey, so saya nak terangkan bulan Jun 1 bulan 2 ada setitik dalam website ya untuk Thailand ke Indonesia 8,910 orang saja ya. Dan untuk masuk ke Malaysia ya, masuk ke Malaysia, Malaysia masuk ke Indonesia 1 bulan juga 168,000. Beda kan? Antara Thailand ke Indonesia dan Malaysia ke Indonesia. Okay, next. Ya, ini untuk yang Malaysia, untuk masuk Malaysia daripada Thailand 1,500,000 ya. And Indonesia masuk ke negara Malaysia 3 juta lebih di tahun 2023 ya. So memang setitik itu memang banyaklah dapat hasil daripada Indonesia banyak dan sedikit separuh tu daripada Thailand ke Malaysia. Next. Okay, so kita selatan Thailand kita fokus dan promosi untuk pelancongan Muslim. Buat route Muslim dalam selatan Thailand, utama Bandar Hat Nhai, Kota Hat Nhai, wilayah Provinsi Songkhla ya. So kita fokus yang masuk 4,600,000 plus tu dalam negara Thailand tu 3,800,000 Malaysia, Indonesia masuk ke Provinsi Songkhla provinsi. Kerana customer daripada jumlah yang kesemua tu 70% Muslim. Yeah, from the first 90% from Malaysia. And then maybe 8% from Indonesia. And then lebih tu daripada Singapura sedikit dan Brunei sedikit. So 8,600,000 by land, lebih kurang 70% by land ya, by land. Sebab highway daripada Singapura, Johor Bahru, highway 400 lebih kilo sampai ke Kota Hat Nhai. So by land, by air. So kereta api. So by sea ya. By sea yang masuk tu ada jumlah daripada Langkawi. Langkawi ke Kok Lipek, Langkawi ke Setun. So jumlah yang banyak ni berapa Thailand dapat? Berapa million Thailand dapat hasil daripada transportasi, tourism from Indonesia dan Malaysia. So sekarang yang คือจะบอกว่านักเดินทางปีที่ผ่านมานักท่องเที่ยวปีที่ผ่านมาจากมาเลเซียอินโดนีเซียเข้ามาประเทศไทยประมาณ4,600,000แล้วเข้าผ่านจังหวัดสงขลาอย่างเดียวประมาณ3,800,000 คนนั้นตีเป็นหัวง่ายๆประมาณ 8,000 บาทได้เป็นหมื่นล้านนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นก็คือว่าเพราะอะไรเพราะว่า transportation ง่ายในการมา transportation จากมาเลเซียเข้าด่านpadang besa ด่านนอกแล้วก็ด่านวังประจันแล้วก็ด่านนาทวีนะคะโอเคsebab masalah yang kita bicara hari ini untuk kita meeting hari ini IMT-GT kerana Hat Nhai dapat hasil daripada customer from Malaysia and Indonesia so kerana senang yang untuk nyeberang untuk wisata sekejap ya dari Kedah okey pergi sampai ke Hat Nhai dalam 1 jam. Daripada Perlis sampai ke Hat Nhai 1 jam. Dan all tu sampai ke Hat Nhai lebih kurang 6 ataupun 7 jam daripada Malaysia ke Hat Nhai. So Hat Nhai untuk fasiliti memang kita jual untuk gastronomi, makanan. Makanan yang lokal dan shopping yang murah dan hotel yang lebih murah. Lebih kurang hotel dalam 3,000 biji 3,000 biji hotel. Ada total semua 40,000 kamar. Ya, ในหัดใหญ่มีโรงแรมประมาณ 300 โรงแรมโทษค่ะ300 hotel 40,000 kamar แล้วก็ประมาณ 40,000 ห้อง Lepas tu setiap minggu sekarang ni full. 100 full. Yeah, next month for the cuti kan, cuti Malaysia Day. Yes, until 14, 15, 16, 17 Ogos full. Yeah, so sekarang ada booking dalam dalam untuk sekarang ni untuk bulan September ni 50,000 pax untuk seminggu tu full. And on the weekend you can full. Enggak ada sampai sekarang bulan 12 sudah full dah untuk weekend. Kerana transportasi goods. Ya, senang. Sekarang kita ada train from KL, KTM to Padang Besar. Padang Besar change train, Sewadi train. Nama dia Sewadi train sampai ke Hatnyai. Padang Besar ke Hatnyai 46 km. So pakai masa dalam 1 jam lebih untuk naik train kerana bukan train laju. So train biasa. Tapi daripada KTM, KL Central to Padang Besar, dia laju punya. So pakai masa dalam 5 jam. Ya. So sekarang kita memang dapat setelah pandemik kan, setelah pandemik, setiap tahun kita tambah customer. Ya, from Malaysia, Indonesia. So now, next. Okay, ini by boat ya, by boat from Indonesia. Sekarang tak ada. So fokus orang Thailand sekarang ni mau by boat from Indonesia, Malaysia, from Indonesia. Sekarang kita mau fokus untuk Medan to Satun. Ya, so pakai masa dalam 4 jam setengah saja. Ya, so kalau kita boleh fokus yang ini, ฝากด้วยนะคะเรื่องของโบ๊ทเรื่องของเฟอร์รี่จากอินโดนีเซียนั้นเกาะสุมาตราจากเมดานไปถึงสตูลใช้เวลาประมาณ4 ชั่วโมงครึ่งเองแล้วก็4 ชั่วโมงครึ่งเองนี้เราสามารถทำท่าเรือและก็มีท่าเรือของเอกชนที่จะกำลังรองรับได้ซึ่งท่าเรือนั้นลึกประมาณ8 เมตรลงไปแล้วก็เป็นท่าเรือใหญ่ใช้พื้นที่ประมาณ100 กว่าตารางกิโล100 กว่าไร่นะคะ100 กว่าไร่ซึ่งสามารถรองรับท่าเรือจากเรือเพื่อการท่องเที่ยวและเพื่อสินค้าจากเกาะสุมาตราไปสตูลได้นี้อยากจะให้ทางสภาพัฒน์ผลักดันนะคะตรงนี้โอเค saya bicara dengan sepakat kerana mereka government so nak bagi support untuk ferry ya daripada Sumatra ke daripada Sumatra Medan ke Satun kerana dia tidak jauh. Okay, next. Ada 4 minit lagi. Okay, next. Okay. Ini Langkawi ya, Tambalang. Ini untuk ferry daripada Langkawi ke Tambalang dan Langkawi ke Kok Lipek. Hari-hari directly ya. So ada hari-hari. Okay, next. Next. Sebab masa dah sikit dah. Okay, sekarang kita ada untuk by land ya. From kita semua 7 border dah. Satun, border Satun, Kuala Perlis, Wang Pracan dan Padang Besar. Dan Satun Bukit Kayu Hitam, Bukit Kayu Hitam, Ban Prakop di Nathawi, Songkhla Provinsi, and Betong, Provinsi Yala, dan di Takbai, ya Golok satu lagi. So semua ni border antara Malaysia dan Thailand. Sekarang semua guna. Okay, next. Next. Okay, last next. Okay, lagi, okay. Last, we must, next. Yeah, next. Okay, next. Next. Okay, next. Okay, so today, I datang hari ni, next lagi. I datang hari ni, I nak prepare, nak minta tolong. So next. Okay, so point yang datang hari ni, saya mau bicara tentang IMT-GT dan Medan pun ada di sini. Saya sebagai orang wakil daripada Songkhla Provinsi mau bagi ada Medan Hatnyai. Before 6 year ada Medan Hatnyai. So Medan Hatnyai hari-hari orang Indonesia datang ke Hatnyai. Tamu Indonesia datang ke Hatnyai tapi Hatnyai tak ada orang pergi Lake Toba atau Medan. So sekarang kita mauคือมาวันนี้นะอยากจะโฟกัสเรื่องเมดานหัดใหญ่นะคะ ปกติที่ผ่านมา6ปีที่ผ่านมาเคยมีไฟลท์เมดานหาดใหญ่แต่สุดท้ายโดนปิดไปโดน close ไปเพราะว่าหาดใหญ่เมดานไม่มีคนคือผู้โดยสารขาเดียวเมดานไปหาดใหญ่แต่หาดใหญ่ไปเมดานไม่มีอยากจะให้ตอนนี้นะเราช่วยกันไวรัลเราช่วยกันโปรโมทว่าให้คนหาดใหญ่คนประเทศไทยเนี่ยคนทางใต้น่ะไปเที่ยวเมดานเล็กโทบาเพื่อโปรโมทโปรแกรมเล็กโทบาเพื่อจะให้นักท่องเที่ยวนั้นได้ไปได้ซื้อตั๋วเครื่องบินได้ใช้บริการสายการบินจะได้สายการบินเปิดอีกครั้งจะได้ไม่ปิดนะคะkita ada bicara ada tentang meeting dengan flight Medan Hadjai sudah 3 kali daripada sebagai government Thailand and government Indonesia Medan sama konsulat ditengahkan kita meeting dalam tahun lepas sekali di Governor Medan mereka kata mau support Labatik Air Airline Air mau support untuk bukaan kembali Medan Hadjai Medan ya. Sekarang ni kita untuk daripada sebagai usahawan pelancongan di Thailand mau support we must for support package Medan Lake Toba, Medan Parapat ya, Medan Brastagi. Tapi land highway from Medan to here so long 5 jam orang Thailand kerana orang Thailand senang dengan jalan lebar seluruh negara Thailand semua jalan lebar jalan besar jalan daripada Bukit Kayu Hitam ke Chiang Mai Chiang Rai semua jalan lebar 2000 km kita mau mintakan pada governor dan di orang Medan sekali support buat jalan bagi lebar kita akan bawa tamu daripada Thailand pelancong ke negara Indonesia tempat ini yang tempat lain sama sekarang ni saya mau tolong bagi semua supportkan jadi Medan Hadjai dan Jakarta Chiang Mai Chiang Rai kerana saya sebagai orang Chiang Mai Chiang Rai wakil daripada ketua pelancongan daripada Chiang Mai Chiang Rai mau bagi Jakarta bukaan untuk flight terbang ke Chiang Mai Chiang RaiนะคะOkey last สุดท้ายแล้ว1 minit ya Okey ni kita buat film tip Kedah tour daripada Persatuan Halang Tourism selalu kita buat film tip setiap bulan all year kita ada setiap bulan ya Anambas kita akan bawa orang Thailand bawa untuk promosi di Anambas, di Batam dan di Medan sekalipun. Next. Ini untuk kita ada fam trip bulan ni lah. Bulan ni 30 sampai 1 sampai 2 September kita buat 3 negara. Negara Thai, negara Indonesia, Malaysia di Patani fam trip ya. Patani Hadjai. Next. Siapa nak mau datang? Ini persatuan untuk support bagi bas Thailand masuk negara Malaysia dengan Menteri Kelantan dan dengan sebagai Menteri Pengangkutan Malaysia ya dan pelancongan Malaysia untuk support bagi bas Thailand masuk dalam negara Malaysia boleh bawa customer from Thailand ke Malaysia. Okay next. Okey, habis ya. Terima kasih. Okey, saya mau ucapkan terima kasih ke semua dan kalau saya sebagainya siap slide ni untuk 1 jam, bukan 15 minit. Tapi bagi saya 15 minit tu semua yang penting, ya, semua yang penting. ทุกอย่างนั้นคือเตรียมการว่า1 ชั่วโมงนะคะคุณโอมเตรียมการ1 ชั่วโมงที่จะคุยสุดท้ายได้15 นาทีไม่รู้ประเด็นไหนที่จะจับมาก่อน semua penting kerana kita mau untuk support transportasi kerana senang untuk ekonomi 3 negara. Okay, thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ
Terima kasih Puan Aida. let me ulas balik apa yang dibicarakan tadi dalam bahasa Inggeris pun ada sekejap ya. Let me just give you a summary of what was presented earlier from Puan Aida. She is one of the on the private sector of the tourism Thailand in the southern part of Thailand. So she's on the private sector. So she has done a lot of products in southern Thailand. And as we know that Malaysia-Thailand has a very strong bond when it comes to southern Thailand, as what she has presented. There are more Malaysians coming into Thailand compared to the southern of Thai coming into Malaysia. And with the help of the two prime ministers now, we are trying to boost that. So, and on top of that, she was explaining that there was a product between Medan and Hanyai, but due to the fact there was not enough demand of people from Hanyai to Medan, therefore that connectivity has stopped. So it is hopeful, that means the connectivity between the three countries are there, but we have to increase the demand of some of the products. As we know that when there is no demand, therefore no supplies coming in. So it is hopeful for her that she wants to reinstate between Medan or between Indonesia and Thailand through the Medan and Hanyai route, or from Jakarta to Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai. Okay, so that was a very interesting sharing by Southern Thailand. And as we know, Southern Thailand has many products, and I think Southern Thailand could be one of the benchmarks for us other countries to maybe emulate in our certain border areas, because some of our border areas might be kind of empty in terms of products, but with Southern Thailand, they have a lot of products. So berkemungkinan dengan adanya Puan Aida di sini dapat meningkatkan lagi demand untuk orang Indonesia pula ke Thailand. Okay, so thank you so much. Terima kasih Puan Aida. Sawadika. So let's go on to the third speaker for today, who will now be sharing with us matters on aviation. We have talking a lot on land transport. There were several talks about the cruise transport or the sea transport. Let us hear from the perspective of the aviation side, as we know that transport in terms of tourism, airlines are quite important. So let's hear from Encik Salahuddin. Dipersilakan.
Dengar ya? Ya, terima kasih Puan Moderator, Puan Nina. Pertamanya selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum, Sawadikap, Horas, Pak Amri, Pak Wisnu dan juga Ibu Yulia, esteemed delegates and also colleagues from IMT-GT and Puan Aida and also Yom. Okay, I hope my presentation today will not be it may sound a bit technical because I do come from the industry. I've served 23 years in Malaysia airports, and throughout the 23 years, my job was to attract airlines to come to the cities in Malaysia. So I think I thank you also to Pak Amri and also Puan Nina to invite me to be part of the speaker circle today, because I would like to share some of my views with regard to developing air connectivity within the growth triangle. Now, can you go back to the first slide? Yes, I purposely chose this slide because it represents white canvas. And amongst delegates today within these four walls, you are the painter. And through my many years of experience in Malaysia airports, the air connectivity within Indonesia, Thailand and Malaysia, there's a lot more to be done. So you have the mandate with you to try to develop the air routes or the connectivity in future. So it's up to us, it's up to our industry partners, it's up to the government, how you wish to establish the air connectivity within this growth triangle. Thank you. Next, please. So again, as a start, I would like to emphasize that all three governments, well, actually the 10 governments in ASEAN, they are very, very supportive of an liberal open skies within ASEAN. So indirectly, the IMT-GT has benefited from this. As you all know, Protocol 1, 2, 3, and 4, in regards to the sub-regions of IMT-GT and BMIAGA, they have been fully ratified as early as 2011. the third and fourth freedom, the rights to fly from one city to another city, that is third and fourth, the rights to fly from one city to the second city to the third city, that's fifth freedom rights. All these have been approved and endorsed by the respective government. So what we're saying is that the sky is the limit. It depends on how you wish to fly. Okay, next please. So there are two slides which I will share with you the map or the route connectivity. First and foremost, I would like to apologize if there is any inaccuracy. These are data that I had my colleague to extract from a data source called Cerium. If there's any lack of accuracy, please forgive me, but I'm just trying to give you the message that within each state, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, I think these are the points which I've extracted to be the IMT-GT points. So there are some domestic operations. For instance, in Indonesia, there's flights from Bandar Aceh to Medan, Medan to Padang, Pekanbaru, Palembang. Likewise, in Malaysia, there's flight from Penang to Langkawi, Kota Baru, Subang. But in Thailand, there's not a lot of domestic flights within the IMT-GT. I'm not talking about Bangkok, I'm talking about the IMT-GT cities. There's a flight from Phuket to Hat Yai. Again, if this is not accurate, apologize, but this is the message I wish to convey, that they are still lacking of domestic flights. Next slide, please. Now, this is more telling. Just now, we've seen the domestic route maps. Now, within the IMT-GT region or sub-region, you can notice that the only flights that involves interstate are the Penang, Phuket, Penang, Bandar Aceh, and Penang, Medan. And that's it. There are not flights from Palembang to Phuket. There are no flights from Pekanbaru to say Kota Baru. There's a lot more work to be done. Of course, the vision is always long-term, and that's why I mentioned just now, you've got a white canvas. It depends on how we wish to paint the air connectivity. Next, please. Now, I would like to emphasize that for an airport, this may sound a bit different, new to you. The real asset for an airport is actually not the terminal, it's not the asset, it's not the equipment, it's actually the network. Likewise, the destination or the city. Without the network, the airport has got no value. So that's why airport, since 2000, early 2000, in the old days, airport has been very passive. They sit down, they wait like a shopping mall, people will come, people don't come, they don't bother. Because in those days, airports are 100% state-owned. So, untung rugi, tidak mengapa. But now, airports or bandara, they've got to make, they've got to be profitable because they are privatized or they are run by private entities. So that's why they go out and seek airlines to come to the city or to the airports. So it's becoming pretty competitive to get airlines to come to the city. So both parties, the airport and the city or destination, will have to work closely. Next, please. Now, like as I said earlier just now, I shall be a bit technical so that every delegate or participant will understand the route economics of an airline. Now, before an airline decides to fly to a destination A, B, or C, now there are three things that will determine whether they will fly or not fly. First and foremost, the yield and passenger mix. This is very important. Now, if the airfares for the route is always low, always, there is no business class, so it makes the airline very difficult to make money. That's one. Number two, you need to have volume on the route. You cannot have 5 or 6 passengers once a day. You need to have volume so that volume can contribute to the revenue of the flight operation, because they have costs. They've got crew to pay, they've got pilots to pay, they've got fuel to pay, and the volume has got to be repeated. It cannot be just one-off, twice a month or 3 times a month. That's not enough. It's got to be repeatable. So that it cannot be just seasonal. If it's seasonal, then you talk about charter flights. That's seasonal. But scheduled flights, it's got to be repeated. Now, last but not the least, I think Ponada did mention something about having both sides of the routes contributing to the route. You cannot have just one city selling the tickets, but not the other side. So it's going to be, that's imbalance. So these 3 things are important before an airline decide to fly to a city. So that's the route economics of an airline. Next, please. Now, moving on to the market. This is something I wish to also share with all of you. In the marketplace, I think you're all experts. Sorry about that. You're all expert and you know better the nature, the profile of your market. There are some cities between point A and point B, there is existing demand. So, for instance, if you look at the yellow box, there is existing demand, there's enough passenger numbers, so airlines will operate shuttle flights. Now, over time, the market will grow, there's more promotion, they will add more flights, then it becomes to a stage where they will have a state of equilibrium. Now, there is an opportunity as well where there are underserved routes. These are normally very thin or less dense routes, but you got to work hard. The tourism authorities on both sides got to promote and market the cities, both sides, and perhaps they will do some major campaign. Now, if there's not enough passengers, but there is some demand, you could start off and begin with charter flights. Let's start off with charter flights first. And once the charter flights gain traction, then over time you can convert it into a shuttle flights where there's consistent demand. So this is the route profile of a market. Next, please. Now, just now I mentioned about the airline, the airport and the destination or the tourism entity. Now, there is a third partner which is very important to achieve route success, which is the airline. So usually, as an airport, in my years of experience, I collaborate with tourism entity. I collaborate with the State Department. Let's work together. Let's work with the airlines. Let's convince them to come to Malaysia, to Thailand or Indonesia. But there's got to be a plan to reward them as well. So this tripartite formula or arrangement is very crucial. Next, please. Okay. Now, what I'm sharing with all of you today is very broad and very generic. These are very broad principles. I need everybody to understand because there are so much huge opportunity in Thailand, Malaysia, and also Indonesia, and amongst the three parties. As again, the regulatory framework, the aviation regulatory framework is so positive. That's why I give a green tick. It's done. So we cannot blame the MOT, the transport minister for not doing it. They've done their job. Now it's up to the airline and industry and the tourism to work together to think of how they can develop markets. And that's why it becomes very important for the partnership, to be established. As I've said, airlines sometimes they operate routes, but they're not sustainable. But they got to find ways how to make the route continue and be permanent. For instance, I'll give you a good example, case example, Malacca, Pekanbaru. Over the many years, over 10, 15 years, you got one airline they operate for a few months, they shut down. Then you've got an airline that comes in, they operate for a few months, they shut down. I think both parties, both state or the industry have not thought carefully, how do we retain the passenger? Is it just medical tourism to Malacca? You got to do work beyond that. You got to add more elements, more product. You diversify your offerings. Then that route can prosper and flourish. So that's something the airline, the travel agency, and the state got to think carefully. Next, please. So what I'm just suggesting for now, because I've heard so much about promoting IMT-GT as a mono destination or single destination, it is very brilliant, it's thought-provoking, but we've got to have some reality check. We've got to be honest to ourselves, we've got to be brutal to ourselves. Can we promote 3 cities on one flight? Can we ask an airline to fly Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia at one time? I think that's a big asking. Because, we've got to realize the routes, whether they are sustainable, they've got enough volume, whether they have repeat travelers, whether the airfares are good. So what I'm suggesting right now, from my own thinking, is that in the IMT circle, there are a lot of routes which are not dense, So we got to admit that. So that would then force us to think, we got to think differently. So whether we can have all 3 cities come together for one flight, that's going to be a huge challenge. So what I'm suggesting, perhaps, this is just a simple thought, we got to select probably 2 cities within the 3 countries that are similar in profile, that can complement each other. So what we do is we produce a strategic marketing plan. right? And then after that, we get the airlines, the tour operators, the state and the tourism authorities sit down together. How do we make this work? We may not be able to have all 30 cities or 40 cities within the IMT-GT. Maybe we'll start with the 1 or 2 cities first. Okay, I'll give you an example. Next, please. I've got 2 more minutes, just about time. Okay. In my experience not long ago, from Thailand, there's an airline called Happy Air. In 2009, I've been talking to this airline for many years. The owner is a captain. He retired. He's got plenty of money. Said, Salvador, I want to fly to Langkawi because he knows Langkawi is popular. Phuket is popular, so he started some flight. Phuket, Langkawi. After a week, he shut down. So that's a good example of IMT-GT initiative. Then I asked him, why didn't it work? Yeah, I thought I could tap those tourists that come to Phuket, and then they will go to Langkawi. It doesn't work. Then he further investigated. He said, my marketing was wrong. I should have marketed from the source market, from the Europeans who come to Phuket and then to Langkawi. So what he means was, this packaging must be done months ahead at the source market, not when they are in Phuket, because by the time they arrive in Phuket, they've already have their leave, their holidays fixed, even the budget. So you can't do that. So in this slide, what I'm saying is that from the foreign tourists, you got to find where your source markets are, from Indonesia, from Thailand, or from Malaysia. Know your source markets. For instance, if you're Europeans, then talk to a few of your European tour operators. Hey, let's go to maybe Langkawi. Then from Langkawi, we want to package Langkawi to Phuket, for instance. And then you talk to the airline, you get the tour operator to do the charters. At the same time, you talk to one local airline to see whether they can support Langkawi and Phuket, and vice versa. So this is a very advanced planning, strategic packaging for 2 destinations, and then you get the state involved, you get the airline involved, and the state and the airport. Airport will have to contribute some money as well, promotion funds. So this is one simple formula that I think should be considered. As I've said, you guys are the more expert. I'm just giving some little thoughts. Please think about it, whether this can be workable or otherwise. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the last slide. This is sort of like a recap or a summary of what I've just mentioned in the last few minutes. So, number 1, these are very core elements of strategic decision marketing. Aviation policies, thumbs up. Keen stakeholders participation, you got to work at that. You must get everybody involved. And you got to produce a very targeted marketing campaign, whether it's seasonal, whether it's year through, you got to do it. Now, but one thing that sometimes people tend to forget or ignore, this is the ultimate element that must exist and precede. Last slide, please. Which is the demand creation or generation and packaging. You talk about flights, you talk about stakeholder, collaboration, but you need to understand your product. Find that niche, find that congruency between point A and point B. Let's work together. So once you identify that demand can be generated, can be sustained, then the other process will be a lot more easier. The airline starting their flights, the participation, and also the campaign. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I've just finished my 15-minute window. I am a bit enthusiastic. I don't know why. Because I think I've spent 23 years trying to get airlines to come to every single city in Malaysia, and that's in my blood. So thank you for your kind attention, and I appreciate your time as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salau. I do understand when you have to combine a 23-year experience into a 15 minutes presentation, is close to impossible. Sama dengan Puan Aida having to compress a 1-hour presentation into a 50 minutes presentation. So probably CIMT, you can repeat this dialogue again on another day or another time or another venue, since we have a lot more sharings to share. Kun Om?
Om, ครับ
Kun Om?
Yes.
I'm sorry I have to stress you because now it's close to lunchtime.
Okay.
But then again, 15 minutes is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. I'm not so very sure by now it's good morning or good afternoon because I think we're quite a bit delayed after our schedule. But anyways, anyone, my name is Om Vacharakrityam, or anyone can address me Om, as you just mentioned. Actually, I'm now at the Chief of International Cooperation from the Tourism Authority of Thailand. Today, I got a very challenge, that I need to be respond or answer because as you see in the topic on the screen, how to collaboration. Oh my God, collaboration is not that easy and one of the most challenging among our region and any strategic in terms of promotion in terms of tourism. Then I need to show how to collaboration between tourism agency in IMT-GT can be strengthened to promote, once again promote, IMT-GT as a single tourism destination. Everyone, single destination is one of the most challenging as well to promote our IMT-GT region to be the most or the best or desirable destination for tourists around the world. So the slide, today I have, ladies and gentlemen, 16 of my presentation. I will divide my presentation into 5 topics. Yeah, because today is the IMT-GT Tourism and Transportation Dialogue, which enhance the connectivity. So I start my talk with the connect the dot, which is about accessibility. The second one in the blue on your screen is about what we do have in our IMT-GT that we are together agree to design and deliver to our customer, both domestic and international tourists. The next one I will ask of you here, both on site and also online, if the IMT-GT is very marketable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not really sure if the word of IMT-GT is marketable or just the word that we use during our meeting, or is the word that our tourists need to know or aware of this one. So I think it's time for us to once again talk better if the IMT-GT is the branding. Then before I wrap up with the strengthening the knot and speak out to the world, if our IMT-GT is the best tourism destination is right here, our region for our tourists around the world. So the next slide, I will start with the connect the dot. Everyone, we see from my slide, I show you many modes of transportation. Thailand and Malaysia, also Indonesia, we are easy to connect to each other by air. But one of the most challenging is, there is any flight from the southern part of Thailand to Sumatra Island? Yeah, the answer is no. But my idea, she just mentioned last 8 years before, we used to have direct flight from Hat Yai to Medan. And the handsome gentleman beside me, you see, since his expertise on the airline connectivity, I think it's the time for us to once again talk whether if we can operate our flight from the southern part of Thai to the Sumatra Island, because since now we talk about the IMT-GT connectivities. So the next mode of transportation, if we look into the cross-border tourism, I think we are easily to connect. If I need to speak out that Thailand and Malaysia and Sumatra, we need to connect together by land. While Thailand and Malaysia, you know, we are exercise our expertise by welcoming most likely 3 or 4 million tourists. From the 1st January until now, I think it's more like 3 million tourists from Malaysia already by cross-border tourism. And then the next one is not just border tourism, as Aida just mentioned to us. By now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we have the direct KTM train from Kuala Lumpur. Last time it stopped over at Padang Besar, but by now, you know, they can go straight to Hat Yai directly. So now you see our fruitful cooperation between Thai and Malaysia. But don't you forget, IMT-GT is not just Malaysia and Thailand. Sumatra is also here with us. So these two modes of transportation is very significant for us. But it's not just the the overland, cross-border, and the train. The next one is the marine tourism, especially for the cruise. The cruise, is very significant, the mode of transportation in our ASEAN regions. The boat come to us is much more and even more of each day. And Singapore, it play very significant roles to our region, especially for IMT-GT. So one is the more challenging as is the cruise terminal, I would say, or maybe the port to welcoming the cruise disembark. I think also it's time for us to once again keep sitting and talk whether if we can develop, maybe what kind of proper pier, port or cruise terminal that we can accommodate the cruise arrival. But it's not just the cruise, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of marine tourism. I think one of the most significant things is about the yacht tourism. As all the speakers just mentioned, actually the IMT-GT area, I think, is very easy for us to connect between Phuket to Stun, to Langkawi, to Penang, and also Malacca. And now the yacht population is bigger and bigger of every day. So I talked to my colleague, Miss Maya, whether why don't we plug the yacht tourism from Thailand side, either Phuket, Krabi, either from Malaysia, Langkawi, Penang, and Malacca, to Sabang, to any part of Malacca Island. I think it's one of the modes of transportation that we can strengthen our relationships among our IMT regions. You see, if you ask for the airlines, I don't think it's that easy, and you can get it in the near future. Also the land, the cross-border tourism, the train tourism, I don't know that how soon I will see it. But if you start doing with the yacht tourism and also the ferry that Ida just mentioned to us, I think that's one can prove and show that we can collaborate our strength relationships in terms of marine tourism, especially for yacht and ferry. The last one, ladies and gentlemen, I think is interesting mode of transportation that me, on behalf of the Tourism Authority of Thailand, need to register in this IMT-GT Tourism and Transport Dialogue today is about seaplane tourism that you see the last mode of transportation in my slide. The seaplane tourism, since our region, we have more than thousands of islands in our regions, and the tourists come for us because of the beauty of the beach and also the warmth of the sunshine. They wish to come right here. I will tell you something because I arrived to Medan last Saturday. I fly from Bangkok because there's no single flight from the southern part to be right here in Medan. So when I reached to Medan last Saturday, I need to spend a night there in Medan. Before I woke up in the early morning at 6 or 7, I need to enjoy the view and the scenic along the route, mostly 3 to 4 hours to be right here to beautiful island. But before that, ma'am, I need to take a ferry, approximately, I think, an hour to be right here. But I'm not so really sure if this is what Medan or Lake Toba want to offer to let your customer or tourist experience this kind of transportation before I will come to see the charm or the beauty of the Lake Toba. Yeah, but I think if the seaplane can help, because in Thai, in the picture or in my slide, this is the seaplane terminal in Phuket, and I think if I can expand this kind of mode of transportation to connect every island, either Lake Toba here, I think it's one that I personally want to see the turning point, the change, the shift that Lake Toba can more welcome the value customer that can connect our region with the seaplane. So that's why I want to register the seaplane. This is one of the significant mode of transportation in our region, not just only the cruise or yacht tourism. If Thailand and Malaysia and Indonesia wish to connect this sub-region, I think if we can provide the easy for access or accessibility for the tourists, I think I would have an issue for all of you to discuss or to talk together this afternoon if the seaplane is one of the significant mode of transportation in our region. I think this afternoon time, ladies and gentlemen, we can hold our hand. Yeah, I'm ready to talk whether if the seaplane is quite a good possibility for us to promote our region, since ASEAN, APEC, or other regions else, we never ever talk about the seaplane transportation. And the next slide of me is about the experience design. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe our tourism board, either TAT, I mean Ministry of Tourism and Sport in Thailand, also the tourism board in Malaysia, and also tourism board Indonesia, I think we have perfectly done in terms of development or in terms of promotion to combine each kind of products. It's like the charm of the nature, it's our significant lifestyle, our religion or belief, our taste of the food, even interesting of the culture. I think this one I can skip because we have done perfectly to create the route, to create the package at my representative, the first one from Panorama Destination, he just mentioned that we do have plenty of activity in this Lake Toba. And I think experience design, our tourism board for these country members, I think we have done perfectly. But the next slide of mine, the next one is the destination branding. I won't spend too long on this page, Nina, but I will only lead you to think. If you know, I think if you can imagine what the Riviera in France really is, you can see in the picture. Or either you can imagine or you can have ever heard about the Caribbean, which is the sub-region in the Americas. They are one of the dream destinations the tourists around the world. I do believe, Nina, since we do have our products, we do have our uniqueness in our region. I think we, as the IMT-GT, we can compete either Riviera or Caribbean. But I'm not so sure, once again, as I mentioned earlier, Nina, is the IMT-GT is marketable, or it's just only the word that we use during our meeting, or is the word that our tourists or our customer need to know or aware about this word IMT-GT. So I think maybe this time for us also to, I don't know, push it at agenda to talk whether the IMT-GT is a good brand or we need to rebrand in terms of marketing. And the next slide of mine is to strengthen the knot. How to collaborate between the tourism agency in our IMT-GT. At least we need to help to each other to promote IMT-GT as a single destination. And then you can see we have been arranged so many meetings, many kind of field trip, family trip. We have so many kind of event. We try to bring them for business talk. So yeah, those kind of investment. Also incentive for those agencies who bring a lot of tourists to your country. And then you maybe provide them a significant incentive kickback to the travel agency. I think we have done perfectly those kind of activity that I no need to mention anymore because we have done perfectly in terms of strengthening the knot. But the last slide of mine, I think maybe it's time for us, ladies and gentlemen, if we are ready. And I think the first session, Nina, my Deputy Director, Bun Serm, and also Mr. Visanu, both of them has mentioned already that we have plenty of plan to develop our connectivity. But the last one of mine is how we can speak out to the world that we are ready here if we need to launch halal to the world. if we need to bring this IMT-GT at halal destination, I think we can. Or as I just mentioned, if we need to broad yacht destination, yeah, to mark that this area, this sub-region is the yacht, heaven of yacht destination for international tourists. Or as the panorama destination, the first one is just mentioned, whether if we can promote this IMT-GT at a sustainable destination, or the last one of mine, maybe it's just an idea to lead you. Maybe if you can imagine whether if we can promote this IMT-GT as an investment destination for the future. And the last one, I will show you in the conclusion of the last slide, please. The last one you see, if we can connect the dot by provide accessibility, connectivity, our region, especially for the southern part of Thai. I'm looking forward that we can connect to Sumatra once again very soon. Or we can connect within our ocean to ocean. I think that's one can be possible very soon. The second one, as I just mentioned to you earlier, that our tourism board for these 3 country members, we have done perfectly thing to provide the experience for our tourists. And about the IMT-GT, is the brand, or it's just a word for our committee, our working group. The last 2 one is about to strengthen the knot between our tourist travel agency. And also the last one, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to dare enough, Nina, to speak out to the world that we are here at the destination for the tourists around the world. Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for 15 minutes. But the last one, ladies and gentlemen, I hope to see you in Bangkok once again very soon at TAT Guest. And anyways, in my slide, I also show my card and also my QR code. If anyone want to connect any counterpart in Thailand or in Bangkok, I will facilitate you in any authority in Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Om. Right, I think it was a very thought-provoking questions that Kun Om was sharing with us. It is interesting to hear what TAT is currently doing for them and what they think of the single destination tourism marketing idea that we have in line. So now I have about 15 minutes to have some Q&A session. Maybe I would just like to say it again to those participants online. If you are still there, please do drop any questions via the chat box and our organizers will come and read to you. And probably to the participants here, I am sure you have your questions, but before you give me this question, let me just pick on some things with our fellow speakers here. With Pak Ricky online, let me ask you this question. You were selling a lot of your destination. You were selling packages, and I was made to understand that you do sell Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. So, but then again, there were some questions from the speakers here who feel that having a single destination, which is Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, is not possible due to some reasons. So you as an agent or a travel agency who does this form of packages, what is your opinion on this matter? Is it feasible? Is it profitable? Or is actually not doable? Silakan Pak Ricky.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the destination, for example, when we are talking about North Sumatra, Malaysia and Thailand, of course it's feasible. It's feasible. I mean, we done it before. I mean, before the pandemic, yeah. But the challenge again, it's about connectivity only. For example, once the clients arrive, say that to Singapore, and then they fly to Medan, they do a trip around Toba and around the destination which is interesting for them. Then they might continue either flying from Medan to Langkawi, yeah, and then from Langkawi they may spend, or they may continue by boat to Koh Lipe in Thailand. So it is feasible. Only the challenge is currently we have to fly via from Medan via Kuala Lumpur and then Kuala Lumpur Langkawi. So usually for the our clients or tourists, they would prefer to fly direct instead of transit, right? Because it's take more time, and also if they don't speak English, there's also a problem because they don't know where is the gate, where is the what you call it, the connecting flight, etc. But the idea, if we have a good connectivity between Medan to Langkawi directly, of course, it will be very efficient. But I agree with I forgot the gentleman from Malaysia. Agree that they have flight or airlines should looking on the both side, out and in, okay? Inbound and outbound. So because we cannot do one side only, something like that, or only for Medan to Langkawi, but we also looking for passenger from Langkawi to Medan if it's a regular flight. So that is only the choice that we have discussed a lot of this possibility, direct flight from Bangkok to Yogyakarta, for example, in Central Java. So we spoke with some airlines. They were thinking about how to get the out one. So the Indonesian going to Bangkok or something like that. But we confident that both sides will get a lot of benefit if they do flight direct Bangkok to Yogyakarta, Jogja, and Bangkok. So this is the things that we have to create as Yogyakarta itself. If we're talking about Yogyakarta, is the only international airport in Central Java with about 36 million population there. So it's a big potential actually. But again, connectivity is the key. Thank you.
Right.
Samira.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ricky. Yeah, we have to understand, my mother always say that story about chicken and egg, right? So you don't know which one comes first, whether this side comes first, that side comes first. Let us not quarrel who comes first, who comes next. But coming to that question again, when we come about the multi-destination or whether it's profitable or not, coming back to Cik Salau, who was presenting just now, do you think that the government sector, or just say government or NTOs or whoever that you're working with, is the collaboration there is some form of collaboration between, like you've explained, but is it enough collaboration between the government sector as well as the private sector, which is the aviation and airlines, in order to create that demand? Like you say, if there's no demand, there's no supply. So is it enough? Is the collaboration enough between the government and aviation? Yes, to you.
Thank you for that question. I think across the board, within the 3 states, I mean, I would like to say there is collaboration, there is cooperation, but we've got to be a bit more sophisticated. When you target a route, all stakeholders must understand what is the state of that route. Is it dense, is it thin, or is it something you want to nurture? So the type of activities, investment, funding, and collaboration campaign, you've got to customize it. So like Pak Ricky was mentioning just now, he acknowledges that airlines do not only operate with passengers one way. So it's got to be both ways. So recognizing that if one route is only heavy on one side, what does the other party do? So you got to invest, you got to campaign, you got to put up some promotion campaign so that it becomes balanced. So over time, it becomes a regular thing. The market has been established. So again, I would like to emphasize that for points in IMT-GT, these are very secondary cities. These are not capital cities. It's not easy to market and develop. Surat Thani, Phuket, Krabi, Palembang, these are all very, cities on the peripheral. So what do you do? So if you can't have regular flights, start off with charters. Test the market first. And then over time, let it work. Thank you.
And Nina? I just want to add on one thing. Since we have talked about this, I will share you some experience that we are now, IMT, the Tourism Authority of Thailand, we are now working closely with Indonesia Tourism, because we tried our best to establish the flight from Bangkok to Yogyakarta, just for a sample, to, if we can, cascade to the flight from any southern part of Thailand to Sumatra. We have, tourism board, we have been talking whether if we can start or attribute our shuttle flight with the shuttle flight in this coming October from Bangkok, to Sumatra Island. One, we have possibility in terms of marketing, and then we bring this matter and then we talk together with the airlines. Whether at the airline, if you think maybe it's possible for you to operate the flight from Bangkok to Yogyakarta, one, the airline say yes. And then you know what, Nina? What happened to us is, for Thai side, I invite 10 of local agency in Bangkok to talk with the airline, with the tourism board with me. And also in the same time, Indonesia tourism board in Yogyakarta, they also ask the local agency to talk whether it's possible, if the market is there.
Okay.
So one is yes. So next step, we try to best to do how soon or how possible in terms of marketing that we can launch our flight in terms of shuttle flight. Maybe October start is coming up, October to November, before pushing it to the schedule or the commercial flight in the future. So the thing is the practicing like this, I think maybe we can once again bring to our IMT-GT to talk whether if the flight from Phuket, Suratani, or maybe from Hat Yai once again operate to Sumatra and the port of yours, maybe later very soon. I think we need to talk in detail.
Right. So at the end of the day, the product is there, the connectivity is there. Maybe we need a little more push just to ensure that some of these items actually menjadi happens. All right, to Puan Aida, let me ask this question. Coming back to, you have your airlines and you already you have your NTOs or your government helping to do the negotiation or bilateral negotiation between the countries. In your opinion, whether is it product first or the infrastructure first? Adakah dengan apabila TAT dah bercakap dengan belah Indonesia, kan? So airline pun ada flight dia. And you di belah Southern Thailand, ada produk-produk yang boleh dipromosikan untuk menggalakkan kedatangan orang daripada Indonesia, for example. Tapi bagi pandangan you, adakah produk tu dahulu atau infrastruktur tu yang dahulu? Mana satu yang didahulukan?
Okay, thank you Puan Nina ya. So produk kita sudah ada Southern Thailand, more ya, memang banyak untuk tourism. And kita prepare untuk facility memang bagus. So million kan di selatan Thailand. So now challenge for me lah untuk bawa orang daripada Thailand ke Sumatra, Lake Toba and Parapas. So satu, save budget kerana package. So saya tak macam, so kalau Malaysia datang ke Thailand, every day kita boleh terima kan. So dan Indonesia pun senang nak datang Thailand. Tapi kerana orang Thailand mau datang Malaysia, Indonesia tu susah sikit. Ya, so sekarang ni kita mau push untuk mereka dalam negara Thailand. So datang ke Indonesia kerana satu, terbangannya 45 minit. Yang tak lama. So package-nya lebih kurang 10,000 baht hingga 15,000 baht sudah jual 4 day 3 nights. Tapi sekarang kita kita sudah ada untuk konsortium ejen sudah lebih kurang 20 ejen untuk nak promosi negara Indonesia, mesti di Medan dulu. Ya. So sekarang ni saya minta bagi pihak Batik Air ataupun Lion Air bekerjasama dengan kita. Sudah confirmation untuk nak meeting bulan 10. Tapi kalau boleh support daripada IMT-GT kan, daripada orang Medan sendiri, daripada Governor Medan dan Governor Hat Yai, Songkhla. So kita support bersama. Support bersama untuk government dan private. Kita bekerjasama akan jadilah. So sekarang kita takut untuk mau promote Thailand ke Medan, bukan takut Medan ke Thailand. So Medan ke Thailand tu isi for orang Medan mau datang ke Thailand. Tapi for orang Thailand ke Medan tu memang susah sikit. Tapi sekarang kita sudah prepare untuk siapkan Minta satu untuk perjalanan tu singkatkan. Kerana pakai masa. Satu program dapat sudah 5 jam, sudah habis program. Ini yang masalah untuk orang Medan, Lake Toba lah, Indonesia. Kerana jalannya kurang ada highway. So pakai masa. Satu tempat 100 kilo di Thailand, kita pakai masa 1 jam. Tapi di sini 100 kilo, kita pakai masa 3 jam. So different. Yang itu kita harus kena prepare lah. Kirimkan government sebelah pihak Indonesia, Medan punya. Okay, thank you.
Faham. Basically, memang kita tahu produk di Thailand tu ada. Mbak kata Puan Aida, the products in Thailand is there available. It's easier to get people from Indonesia to Thailand. But to on the Indonesia side, it's just that to create the products from Indonesia for Thailand to be interested to, not there yet. But of course, in terms of connectivity of route from Medan to here takes about 4 hours. We understand that. Macam just now also, Pak Ricky also mentioned when the flight from, you have to go to KL and then KL to Langkawi. So all this take time, and time is money, and people would not want to spend so much time because they want to, of course, they want to be next to the beach more often than they are in flights or en route. So we understand that. So I think with this dialogue, we would understand that the need of the tourism industry in order to shorten the amount of time traveling. But then again, tourism is traveling. So there's that that balance of between, the balance of having all this. Maybe let me take one question or two questions. Maybe just one question from the participations on the floor. Anyone would like to ask any questions? We don't have any questions online. Nobody online wants to ask questions. Yes? Can we have the mic over? Okay, one question from Ibu Teti.
Thank you. This is not my question, but this is my request again to Mr. Om. Okay. Many years ago, 5 years ago, there were investors came from Europe to invest about seaplane. Hopefully, you can do it for Lake Toba. We are waiting for you. We'll give you red carpet. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. And that's why, ma'am, I put this kind of mode of transportation into this IMT-GT, and with the IMT-GT we register. Maybe, in the near future, we try our best to promote this seaplane. But right now, I mean, in Phuket, we do have one of the big seaplane company, which called Siam Seaplane, and then they operate seaplane flight from Phuket to many regions in our IMT-GT. So maybe it's time for me, maybe I can plug in you to the Siam Seaplane, whether if we can sit and talk, if we can operate a flight from any mode, at the island, and the region to visit you here in Lake Toba. But I think after this session this afternoon, I think we can do together whether how it's possible for us to plug in. Thank you.
Right. Any more questions from the floor? Just one last one before I wrap up the session, the second session for this afternoon. Any else question? Anyone wants to ask? Going once, going twice. Any questions? I know everyone's hungry, so am I. I know people online might be eating behind the screens, but I know everyone's hungry. No questions? Boleh, Cik Salahuddin. Silakan.
With permission from the moderator, I think because I've got all the right, delegates and officials here, I think because I'm not involved in the working group, but again, I'm sharing my views. In terms of air connectivity within IMT-GT, not the capital cities of Jakarta, Bangkok, Kuala Lumpur, or even Singapore. Now, what needs to be done, you map out all the possible routes that you wish to develop in your blueprint. I know there's a blueprint, but what I'm saying is that map out the routes you want. Maybe Krabi, Medan, or Penang, Palembang, whatever. But you must add some realism into it. Now, from there, then you categorize whether is this matured routes, is it developing routes, or is it a nurturing route? then you can pick and choose for the next few years which one you're going to attack. That's just my appeal to you. That's it. And then you are more targeted, strategic, and structured in your approach. If not, believe me, year in, year out, the same thing. We see a lot of motion, but no movement. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you so much. I think that's a point to end for to go back and think about from those who are from the ministry, from those who are from the government agencies or the promotional agencies, the private sectors who are all here. So it's a good thing for us to think about. So let me just wrap up the session for the second session, as we know that the earlier first session that we've heard all the initiative by the government sector, and on the second session we have also heard the collaborative efforts needed from the private sector to promote the seamless integration of tourism and transport within the sub-region. As you can see, there's a demand, there's a supply, there's a connectivity, there is a connection, and like what Kun Om said, we have to connect the dots. I think with that, I will now end the session, the second session, and before that, I would like to invite both speakers. I would like to thank you all the speakers here today as well as online, and I would like to thank you so much for your sharing with us, and with that, you may now return to your seats and I will do the wrap-up session. Right, we've come to the end of the dialogue for today. Thank you so much for your time and your participation. And again, I would like to thank you, the speakers who have been here from the morning session and also the second session for this afternoon, who has had their day to share their intelligence, their expertise, and the experiences that they've had with us. So it's to have that experience. And I'm sure, like I said earlier, this would not be the only dialogue, berkemungkinan, or the probability of having the second dialogue in Thailand in the future. So before we end, maybe let me just quick takeaways or a quick wrap up and a summary of what we have heard for today. So as we know, the dialogue for today is to enhance the sub-regional transport and tourism connectivity, whereby our objective is to ensure that both the working group between the tourism and the transport will work together, also in collaboration with the Visit Year IMT-GT 2023-2025, and hopefully with the start of the year, this will continue on to after 2023 and the next blueprint most likely. So let me just, next slide, let me just share with you what are some of the key takeaways that we may get from this. There was a lot of sharing and actually a lot of similarities, sharings, said over and over again, would be sustainable. So we have heard that over and over again throughout the presentation of the speakers. But nonetheless, let me just summarize a bit on what are some of the key takeaways. The first is the research and data sharing. As we know, there are various tourism trends and various patterns that needs to be informed in decision-making development as well. So the research and data sharing will be able to regulate a certain form of regulation for your transport, which is also applicable to activities. And on top of that, as you can see, we have various frameworks available on the ASEAN platform, as well as on the IMT-GT platform, or any other frameworks available for us to take, read on, and see what are the key points or takeaway from that framework. As well as that, as Thailand has also shared, they've also made some study on cruise. So with studies like this from NTOs as well as even the local universities who do some form of study for us to find the research and data. And with data and research, that's when we can play our strategy and our marketing strategy as well as our regulation. And secondly, through capacity building and training, not heard so much of training from the speakers, but nonetheless, we understand that by providing training, able to improve the quality and also to operate efficiently. And like what Pak Vishnu was sharing with us, so when you don't do your training, don't do your capacity building, training to your younger generations, then you may not be able to regenerate back what we are currently doing now. So it's good to do building. That's the core and most important key from today's dialogue, whereby more and more engagement. And with this dialogue is a start of the first engagement between them and working group transport. Thank you to CIMT. So we know from all this engagement, we would be able to have more dialogues, engagement with all the stakeholders, the government sector, the agencies, the private sector. Don't forget your local communities. This was not also said during the presentation, but we also have to remind our local or our community-based tourism and also international available. This is in order to create a wholesome inclusivity sector between the tourism and also the transport. And of course, through engagements, you will get maybe more budget as you are working with more partners in your projects, as well as to create more product demand. When you have more products, more demand, when you engage like what we're doing now, we're engaging with Southern Thailand agents, then you will get more products as well as create more domestic routes. Okay. Some of the key takeaways that I would be gladly sharing with you from what we have gathered from today's dialogue. Before we end, or before I end the session for today, I also again would like to thank you, CIMT, all the delegation for today, as well as for those who are online. As we realize that enhancing transport and tourism connectivity within the IMT-GT subregion requires a lot of coordinated approach that involves infrastructure development, regulatory harmonization, and also collaborative efforts. Improving transport networks and sustainable tourism, the IMT economy potential, attracting more visitors, and create a vibrant region. I need to this another pantun. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. As the sun sets low, our time must part. From Samosir's shores with warm in heart. This dialogue ends, but the journey begun. Together we'll rise like the morning sun. And with that, saya Shanina Samsuri, thank you so much. And over to you again, MC, Ms. Anggi.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one more time applause for our moderator, Ms. Shanina. And also thank you very much, Mrs. Shanina, as the moderator, for leading us such a fruitful and engaging discussions. And at the end, wrapping up the conclusions from both the first session and also the next session. At the end, we would like to welcome Mrs. Yulia for giving us a closing remarks. as Director of Interinstitutions Relation at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Yulia.
Tes, tes. Tes.
Excuse me.
Okay. In this closing, I would like to appreciate of the speakers and also the moderator and absolutely for the participants for bringing in discussion about the connectivity to connect each other region. It is noted that we need integration and mutual support between the government and industry players to promote tourism packages, enhance accessibility, develop the sporting facility, and expand the connectivity. Now, I would like to give my thanks to Pak Amri Bukhairi Bakhtiar, Director of CIMT, for making this dialogue to connect us, the working group on tourism, with the working group on transport. Connectivity and industry players, and may I suggest that we need this kind of event to be regularly organized to discuss the what's next and follow up on our meeting in the working group on tourism connectivity. Group on transport connectivity, and other working groups also involving GBC, Uninet, local government, and other stakeholders. That is all. Let us get prepared for the technical tour and to visit some destination here in Samosir this afternoon. Selamat siang and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Yulia, for giving us the closing remarks to end up these sessions of IMT-GT Tourism and Transport Dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to end this meeting, and I, Anggi Maisara, it's such a pleasure for me hosting this beautiful 2 days with you, and I can thank you enough for your presence and cooperations and a very positive vibes that you brought until today. And second of all, I would like to apologize if we still have a mistake during the agenda. At the end, if I already opened the sessions with Pantun, and let me close as well the sessions with Pantun, and please bring your cakep as well as possible. Living in beautiful country in Asia. Best places to live with the sightseeing, the view. I wish you enjoy Indonesia. It's not a goodbye, but a see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen.